Awesome. Just starting immediately into a cough. Great. Great. Great, 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 great. Great vegetables. I should have put Baldur's Gate 3 resumes tomorrow in the stream title. God damn it. Okay, that's out. All right. Chat, I have a question. You don't want to be balls deep in your mattress? What the hell is Dragon's Den talking about? I have a question about Nintendo. First of all, when is Donkey Kong Jumble Jamboree coming up? Is it Bonanza? When's that coming out? Bonanza. Okay, so the Switch 2, the Switch 2 is coming out next week, right? Um I was recently at GameStop, just making sure that my investment is being used wisely, and I was told that they're actually gonna have like some copies or some packages that are going to be available that cannot be pre-ordered. I do not want to Switch 2. I don't want one. I have no interest in playing the new Mario Kart game right now. I will in the future, but I don't care right now. I have no interest in playing Donkey Kong Bonanza. I don't care. However, is Nintendo gonna release like just sleeper drop like Mario Odyssey 2 before Christmas this year? There's no way that after their new console is launched that they're not gonna have a really good like game. Well, actually, hold on, it's Nintendo. I'm worried that there's gonna be a game that I'm gonna want to play, especially for Game of Year nominations, uh, or for a video, because in the future I think I make those, and I'm not gonna be able to get a Switch 2. That's Mario Kart. No, like the Christmas season. The Christmas season, they're not gonna have a game that comes out to like have a resurgence of like um Switch 2 sales or anything like that. Metroid Prime 4. I don't think Metroid Prime 4 is going to get nominated. When's that coming out? It doesn't even have a release date yet. It's Pokemon. Oh, is there another Pokemon coming out this year? You have 4 kids. It's not going to go to waste if you get one. Lamaya. Do you think I'm going to let my kids play on the Switch 2 with the price of that? Like, and I'm not getting them all Switch 2 just yet. No way. It's Silk Song late this year. Hmm. They're going to announce Breath of the Wild 3. Yep. Still using the same map. Maybe they can make the underground and the sky part worth a shit this time. Thoughts on the red green show? I don't know what that is. Thoughts on Silk Song confirmed to be releasing this year? Has it been? Where was that confirmed? Yes, on Nintendo show. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. This isn't even the first time that one of the big three have air quotes confirmed that Silk Song is coming out this year. Next year will be Sony's turn. Anyway, I have a coffee brewing. I think I'm gonna go get it right now, actually. I did launch in administrator mode, didn't I? I hope I did, because otherwise I'm gonna be annoyed. Let's do game deal real quick, and then I'll go get it. Hold on. Okay. Is this Danganronpa? The first one. It is Danganronpa. Holy. Holy. But it's Gamedel. What? Why do they have this here? That's weird. This is Taken with Liam Neeson. This looks like Tekken 2. It's not. It's Tekken 1. It's just Tekken. Nope, it's Tekken 4. It's Tekken 4. Nope, it's Tekken 3. Wrong saga. What? Tekken Tag Tournament. Tekken. Yay! We got it. We got it. We got it. All right, can we hear it? All right, released 1979, easy, 435 million views. I don't really know music that came before the year 2000, to be honest. But yeah, okay, here we go. Can we hear it? Yeah, we can hear it. Okay. This is Breaking Down the House. Breaking Down the House. All right, that's not a song. All right, I don't know what it is then. It's the Breaking Bad theme by Dave Porter. Is it Down the House? Down the House. No, just House. Fuck. You know what? It's probably. Is it Our House? Is it Our House? Our House. It's not Our House. Why do I think it's Our House? It's not Our House. It's funky. Okay. That doesn't bode well for me. Okay, I don't know it. I'm not getting it. It sounds somewhat familiar, I guess. I don't know. I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. If Mouse is here, she'd have it already. I feel like I should know this. This sounds so familiar. Fuck. I don't know it. Glort me. Glort me. No, fuck. Shit. I do know it, but I'm not gonna get it. Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay, maybe the clue. Keep going until you have plenty. I don't know the lyrics. Something you have enough. Did have enough? Enough? Don't stop, Michael. It's Michael Jackson? Really? Okay, first of all, only 435 million views from Michael Jackson? This is sad, Matt. It is pretty sad, actually. It is pretty sad. Yeah. I should have known this one. I should have known this one. God damn it. God damn it. YouTube didn't exist back then, bro. Okay, listen to me, Zoomer. Do you understand how big of a fucking deal Michael Jackson is? This is a very low amount of view. Was this put on YouTube like somewhat recently, or they're looking at a different one? Was it taken down or something like that? Most famous mouse. All right, Jodel. What do you mean he has demands? This is about Quote Chan. This was during one of the more recent streams. It was Persona 3. It's Persona. It's not Persona 3. What? Signalis? Life is Strange double exposure? No, it was after that. It was after that. It was definitely after that. Right? Hold on. Let's yeah. It was after that. It was not after that. It's Nine Souls? Really?
Why is the guess the quote guy still going?
Well, this is older Joe.
Is the dance meme worth looking at? Is it worth the moon?
Worth the moon.
You mean Quote Chan? Alright, I don't want to go this way just yet. I want to go down there and see.
Nine Souls is really good.
He's not a coward. Hubris. He has demands. What do you mean he has demands? Read the 300th post. What do you mean?
The lean forward.
Google actually got me here.
Google actually got me here. All right. Time guesser. All right. Enjoy looking at this time guesser while I go finish my coffee. Oh, no. I'm going to get this one wrong. Oh, I'm going to get this one wrong. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. So I don't think this is Obama voting for himself because he uses deep state operatives to do that for him. I don't know how he looks. He's leaning down, so it's gonna make him look a little older. He's pretty gray. I don't know. I'm leaning toward this being Obama voting for Trump in the Hillary versus Trump election in 2016. When did that happen? 2016. 20, I can't remember when that happened. I feel like it's probably that, but oh, I don't know. This is how gray is this? How gray is this? I'm going I'm going 2016. I'm going 2016. I'm going 2016. I'm going 2016. Would he vote in DC or where is Obama from? What state is Obama from? I don't know what state Obama is from. I'm going DC. I'm going Washington. I'm going Washington. I'm going Washington. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. God damn it. What? Where's this? Chicago. Oh, I did know that. God damn it. I did know that US President Barack Obama casting his ballot for his second term during early voting in the 2012 election, making him the first US president to vote early. 2012. 2012. Oh, I wonder who he voted for. It's unsporting to vote for yourself, right? That's not right. That's you don't vote for yourself. No? Yeah, of course it's unsporting. Who else would you vote for? Well, if it's between two people, you vote for the other guy. It's unsporting. If it's now between more than two, I think you vote for the next person you think would do a good job if it wasn't you. It's unsporting to vote for yourself. I think it is unsporting. I think it's unsporting to vote for yourself. Imagine losing by one vote. Well, if someone loses by one vote, I don't even think that the result should go through, but that's just me. All right, I have no idea where this is. I feel like I have built this in Civilization at some point. That's not going to help me. Okay, this is a crazy old photograph. I did Time Guesser yesterday, and I did 1910. I got 38,000 points on Time Guesser yesterday. By the way, I did 1910, and it was 190 So I'm wrong. So I'm gonna be more bold today, and I'm going 1905. 1905. I have no idea where this is. I have no fucking clue. Is this the Tetris background? Is it in Russia? I have no idea where this is. I have no idea where this is. Okay. In the interest of being more open about what I'm kidding, that time I was kidding. There has been a time I wasn't kidding. That time I was kidding. I'm not kidding about not knowing where it is. I don't know where it is, but the Tetris thing was a joke. Okay, that was a joke. I don't know where this is. I have no idea where this is. What are these hats? These hats look familiar. Is it somewhere in the Middle East? Should we go Tehran? We've never guessed Tehran before. Should we try Tehran? Fuck it, let's go Tehran. I have no idea where this is. I have no clue. Where was it? It was Turkey. Turkish protesters demonstrating again. 1919. God damn it! Really? Holy shit! Turkish protesters demonstrating against the Greek occupation of the city of Smyrna, modern day Izmir, which marked the beginning of the Greco-Turkish War. Is it Greco? I guess it's Greco-Turkish War, 1919 to 1922, which is surely a war that I am not learning occurred for the first time right now in front of over 1,000 people on Time Guesser. that's a good coffee. Oh man, that's a good coffee, man. That's a good coffee. I made a good coffee. Anyway, let's continue. Maybe we can get some points next time. Zurich, New York, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, Sydney. Singapore with Zurich with an umlaut. Singapore, what is this hair? Okay, we're in the 80s, 1980, and where's IKEA from? Sweden? We're in Sweden. We're in Stockholm. Wait, hold on. Wouldn't they have their own time on here? Whoa, 1 second. Where's Zurich? Is Zurich in Germany? I don't know where Zurich is. I don't know where Zurich is. Where's Zurich? It is in Germany. Okay, all right, that's good. Where I don't see it. It's not in Germany. It's not in Germany. Okay, I don't know where it is. Where's Zurich? I'm looking around. I'm gonna find it. Where's Zurich? It must be a big city if it's on here with New York, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Sydney. Maybe we're in Singapore. What's Singapore? I thought that was just like Singapore, but spelt wrong. They just ran out of letters or space or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. It's literally there? What do you mean? I really am blind. I'm looking for Zurich. Where is it? It's by the Alps? Oh, it's right there. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you are right. Sorry. Zurich. Okay. Again, I'm like lot going on. I am bad at reading maps. Don't get me wrong. I am bad at reading maps. Okay, it's gotta be here, right? 1988. It's gotta be here. God damn it. What? What is this horse piss? Basel, a view inside a company office in Basel, Switzerland during the early night. This is 1992? Oh, fuck. Frank's Quality Fruit. Better Something. Jeanette Lingerie Hosiery. Haberdashery. The Duke is Coming. Hold on. Is that cents? 56 something for something. 246? 26? Taxi cab stand. What the fuck? Getting some flapper vibes. Pens hardware. Keys cut. Paints. Crockery. Is that a C? What is that? Haberdashery. Frank's Fruit. See, I don't know why the vibes are giving me America, but fucking haberdashery is making me think the UK. And the Duke is coming. What's that? Storm of the Ben something? What's that? What kind of Wizard of Oz fucking poster is this shit? Okay. Cambridge? Is that Cambridge? 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 Cambridge Delig something? Where in America is Cambridge? Okay, I'm going Cambridge. Where's Cambridge? Where's Cambridge? I have no idea where Cambridge is. It's in England, isn't it? It's in Massachusetts. Is there Cambridge in the UK? There is, isn't there? It's on the screen. Is it really? Oh, there it is. It's Cambridge. Okay. Is there another Cambridge? There's got to be more than one Cambridge. Okay, I'm thinking this is like there are cars. I'm thinking 1949. You've never heard of Cambridge University? I have, obviously, but I don't know like if that what Cambridge that refers to. Like I thought it was here. Is it here? Is this where Cambridge University is? Because that's my assumption, and now I'm second guessing myself. And now I think there's like a Cambridge University in America that I'm getting it confused with. Joe, it's 1920. Do you think it's 1920s? These cars look older than 1920s cars to me. All right. I think it's wrong. Let's go. We're gonna go over to the fucking like Americas. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, fuck off. I immediately thought Australia when I saw this photograph. I didn't say anything. Fuck off, Australia. No, ban Australia. Fuck off. A street scene in King's Cross suburb in Sydney during the mid 30s. Okay, so this Cambridge thing is just like a local name of a company or something. What was the tell that this was Australia? License plates? Oh, there's a license plate that says NSW. What does that stand for? Departure from Tokyo. Arrival at London. Well, I think we're probably in Paris. I didn't realize they built an airport around this thing. What the fuck? Okay, so all joking aside, like, there's no way that you're departing from Tokyo without being in Tokyo, right? Right? All right. This dude has a watch on. I see no phones in sight. No phones. Well, hold on. Phone. Phone. There are phones. Okay. Phone. Mask. Mask. No masks. I know that in China that a lot of people just wear masks a lot just because. I think at least that carried over to people that came from China that lived in Toronto that I knew. Is that also true in Japan? Because this might not be a COVID sign if that's the case. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of masks. I can't tell how recent these phones are. It looks like a decent photograph. I think I'm gonna go 2017. Wait, we already had it. No, 2016 was my wrong guess with Obama. All right, I'm gonna say 2017. What? Okay, what the fuck does this mean? Is there a Tokyo down here? A view inside the Terminal 21 shopping mall in Bangkok, Thailand, where each floor is decorated to represent a different city around the. Ah, it's a. Ah, you fucking. You motherfucker. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so fun. Looking at it now, I realized how stupid it was to think that that was real, given the layout of this place. But like, I don't know, like airports in Japan or whatever. Like maybe they're fucking like they're more free with how you can move around and shit. I have no fucking clue how this is like segmented off. God damn it. Oh god damn it. Not, yeah, it's not even Japan. Yeah. God damn it. God damn it. Hook, line, and sinker. Well done, time guesser. Well done. Aw, disgraceful. Look at it's like I'm like making my own fucking like moving during scenes in Indiana Jones movie montage with all these lines all over the map. Look at this shit. Fucking disgraceful. Oh my god. God damn. Okay. All right. Time for Scrandle. Time for Scrandle. All right. Margarita pizza. That looks good. It's not the best looking pizza I've seen. That looks good. Barbecue skewers. That does not look as good to me. However, it's super cheap and it's got a tickling of a pint in the top. I don't know. I think Wright is going to take it because it's so cheap. Pizza is universally beloved, though. Even at $10, sorry, £10 for a whole pizza. Actually, £10 for a whole pizza. This looks like a medium pizza to me. £10 for a medium pizza. That's not a bad price. It's not a great price, but it's not a bad price. This part of the pizza looks like they just gave up. I think Wright is gonna take it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. Good. Okay. Popcorn, chicken, and chips. Lamb, Rogan, Josh. Half rice, half chips. Okay, those chips look fucking vile. The chips on the, sorry, these chips over here on the right look vile. The chips on the left don't look fantastic, but they definitely look better than the ones on the right. These look bad. The rice is kind of like, I don't know what's gone on to make the rice this color. Is it the filter? But the lamb Rogan Josh here looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. This doesn't look great to me. Oh, I'm going right. I'm going right. No, there is no pint buff. There is no pint buff because the pint is not included. I think I'm going right. I'm going right. Yeah. All right. Wow, that is really low for left. That's low for left. All right. Sausage, chops, and gravy, pie and mash. Okay. I think that pie and mash is chaos scrandal. I think that all the scrandal people on Twitter have just randomly decided that whenever there's pie and mash on the screen, they just flip a coin to see what happens. It is never like proper. Like it never makes sense when the pie and mash score comes in. I'm going left. Yep. 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 Okay. All right. Oh man. Oh man. It's anyone's scran. Holy shit. This is anyone's scran. I would just destroy both of these. Loaded roast potatoes. Those look really good. With beef and gravy. Korean chicken and chips. That also looks really good. Left looks awful. You don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Price is good too. Yeah, I know. Oh my god, it even has a watermark. Yeah. I think that what's going on down here, like how like the strands of meat or beef have like kind of like given way to some of the gravy, might make some people I don't really like this. I think it still looks great. These roast potatoes look incredible. Okay, roast potatoes are some like I feel like it's weird because they should be really easy to do, but a lot of people fuck them up, including myself. I feel like there's like some random chance to it that I haven't figured out yet. Roast potatoes, like, but a good roast potato is just incredible, and that looks like an incredible some roast potatoes on the left to me. But I feel like Wright is going to take it. I feel like Wright has more universal appeal. It has some sauce on it. It's got some green going on. Everything below it looks really, really good. Presentation is flawless, whereas the presentation on the left is like a little off. I personally would take left for myself for eating. I think Wright's gonna win. Yep. Yeah. 72 for that? What are you talking about? That looks so good. Fuck. Bacon double cheeseburger versus chicken tikka dirty fries. Okay. The picture on the left, it's like it wants to eat me. It kind of looks like a Muppet from Sesame Street. Anyone picking up what I'm putting down right now? It kind of I don't know what's going on with the one on the left. Like I would eat it, don't get me wrong, but I just don't like the photograph. It feels like I don't, it's kind of putting me off. Chicken tikka dirty fries, that looks really good. Those fries look awesome. Hmm. Burgers do score highly. You know what? I have faith in humanity that the one on the left is going to creep more people out than just me, and will make them score a bit lower than this burger normally would. Therefore, right is going to take it. Okay. Hot dog, kebab. Okay, left is disgusting. Right, I don't eat kebabs, so I don't know. Does this look good? Is this what a kebab usually looks like? I don't know. I don't eat kebabs. Like, I mean, even if this isn't what it's meant to look like, it's clearly meant to be better than, albino hot dog, right? It's got to be. Yeah, 60. Oh, it is 66%. Wow. Oh, fuck. Cheeseburger with a little bit of onion with one of the worst buns. It's got sticky rice and coconut. Is not going to have a lot of universal appeal, but it's only 45 pence. Hate to be wrong here. Yeah, okay. That's good. Okay, 3 more. Waffle with Nutella, jerk chicken. Okay, what a horrible photograph of the jerk chicken. Okay, is Nutella divisive? I don't know enough about Nutella. I don't have Nutella. I don't eat it. Is Nutella like Marmite? Is Nutella like a lot of people are going to be like, ew? Or is Nutella like universally beloved? It's pretty garbage. It is indeed 10 minutes ago. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like jerk chicken, it looks edible to me. It looks decent and it's like food. I feel like it's not bad. This part looks burnt a little bit. Does waffle with Nutella have universal appeal? Because if it does, £2 50 for a waffle with some Nutella on it. You know what? The Nutella looks kind of just slapped on. Like, I don't give a shit, bud. Here you go. Don't even ask questions. It's fucking waffle with Nutella. It's and waffle for 250. I don't know, man. It feels kind of overpriced to me. I feel like some people might be a little insulted. Awful. It is awful spread, isn't it? It's fucking awful spread. Whereas at least with five pounds on the right, you're getting like a decent amount of chicken. And it's burnt a little bit, but it's not too bad. Is £2 50 enough to be below the threshold of like most Scrandal pundits? It doesn't even register as like a lot of money to them, or even like who cares? I'm in a game, it's 250. I don't give a fuck. Anything below £1 is like essentially free in their mind. Is it below? Is that including tax? It's the UK, so oh wait, it's not. Hold on. It's France. In the UK, tax is included in the price. So I don't know if they've done that translation or scranlation. I'm not sure if they've done that. You know what? You know what? I'm feeling the jerk chicken. And so far my instincts did not let me down this game. Well, it was a good run. Curry cheese chips, lamb and chicken tikka nans. It's got to be right. It's got to be right. Yeah, it's right. Yeah, that looks really good. Yeah. Okay. Can we at least get a 9 out of 10? Nope, we can't. Anyone's scran. Ruby special, 2 sausages, 2 bacon, 2 quarter pounders, cheese, chicken breast fillet, 3 onion rings for £8. Chicken box, £6. Is anyone's scran? It's anyone's grand. The right, you don't understand the amount of food that you're getting in left with this presentation being pretty good for only £8 compared to the other stuff we got. Left is like amazing value. However, right has just an incredible presentation buff. Maybe trying too hard, but maybe left is also trying too hard. I feel like I have to go right because if I go left and I'm wrong, then it's going to be, yeah, I need to metagame this. What is the more embarrassing one to get wrong when choosing here? If we go right and I'm wrong, then everyone can judge Scrandle and be like, what the fuck is wrong with people on Twitter? But if I go left and I'm wrong, everyone's going to judge me. So we have to go right. Wow, it was close. Oh my God. It was close. All right, 9 out of 10. God damn the fucking waffle with Nutella. Fucking hell, the waffle with Nutella. God damn it. Nutella is just chocolate sauce. It has nuts in it. A lot of people in the world don't like nuts. It's like the most common allergy there is. It's not peanuts though, isn't it? It's almonds. Not in it? What do you mean? There's no nuts in Nutella. I'm looking at chat like Samuel Jackson looked in that GIF where he's just like standing on his porch looking really fucking like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's how I'm looking at chat right now. Like, what do you mean there's no nuts in Nutella? What do you mean? Not that kind of nut? What? I have further questions. Game Master? What does that mean? Huh? Someone who doesn't like nuts could still easily like Nutella. Oh, could they really? I should try it then. I don't like nuts. Although recently I've been enjoying some peanut flavors in one of the protein bars that I have. I think I was talking about talking about this with Mouse last night for some reason. Why were we talking about that? I can't remember why that came up. Is gluten free? You could. To be fair, apparently there's some museum show in Australia where people will be able to play silk song. What the fuck does this have to do with Nutella? And it's in September. I'm a bit hazy on the details, but apparently this is confirmation that it might come out this year. That said, people played it at PAX of 2019 last fall, and apparently they're serving nutless Nutella as the mid-game snack to all people who try. Oh, okay. Oh, you said on stream you don't like Nutella, and I just asked you out of the blue why. There was no context. I love Nutella. I must have tried it to not like it. I'm not one of those people that says I don't like something without trying it, except in some rare circumstances like with sushi or whatever. Although at this point in my life, I would actually try sushi at this point just to see. So I rescind my sushi comment. What the fuck not being fish? I don't really like fish stuff. I don't really like it. Eats pizza instead. Yeah, and would you try hot pot? What's hot pot? Probably try Roquefort. It's heaven. Is that a cheese? Play fish. I'm not playing fish though. All right, so Mouse is not on the stream today, so I can speak freely when I couldn't yesterday. So here I go. All the things I want to say yesterday that I couldn't say yesterday. Here we go. So I really like episode 5. I think it's actually my favorite episode probably. And it's really tied the story together with a real wonderful bridge between episode 4 and episode 5. And I'm really excited to see where the story is going. And yeah, I just really hope that I enjoy episode 6 as much as I did episode 5. Farting in the kitchen at 2 a.m. What the fuck does that mean? Thank you for being so brave. Who did I say thank you to at the end of stream yesterday? Was it Richard? No, it was Pink Hair 3D. Just in case, thank you again, Pink Hair 3D for the resub. Thank you, Richard M15 for the resub. Thank you, Chefin for the resub too. Could have been Umineko. There's no way Umineko. We're already with the Nekos. Here they are. What do you mean Umineko when the fucking cat girls cry? Like, come on, they're eating their fucking seagulls. I have a vor fetish with the fucking feathers in the fucking cat girl mouth. Like, no Umineko. Would be even worse. Fucking could have been Umineko. Yeah, fuck off. What are you talking about? Do you know? So, for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, that is a transcript of a clip, apart from one part of it that someone slipped in. That is a transcript of a clip that's on the channel of when we were playing Steins Gate, okay? So, someone said this could have been Umineko when I was reading it, and I went off on this rant saying Umineko would have been even worse, and I was completely wrong. Do you know who clipped that? I don't know if it's still on the channel, but that was clipped by fellow YouTuber Racevic of all fucking people. I don't know why he was here, but like, I don't know if we can still link that clip in chat. By the way, I'm not sure if it's still there or if it was lost in the great clip purge of 2019 or whatever. Anyway, thank you, Chefin. Thank you, Field Garf for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Clawfest. Thank you, Moncton Anecdote Enjoyer. It's me too. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Moncton is unseasonably warm today. It's kind of pissing me off. Thank you, Sage Moon 341 for the resub. Episode 6, woo. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into it as well today. Thank you, Joe Camo 31 for the resub. Noir voice. Noir? Tell Delano I check the ceiling. Tell her gullible is written up there. That one? Or is there a different Nor voice? There we go. What the fuck are we talking about? Thank you, Joe Camo. Thank you, Ahmed J for the resub. Hey, Toe, really excited for the Metal Queer Solid franchise playthrough. Death Stranding 2 and Summer Gaze Fest streams coming up this June. Truly Hideo Kojima's Pride Month. Have you considered spending a stream? Playing some game demos during stream next fest coming up on June 9th would be a welcome break from the wokes and the weebs of Umineko and Baldur's Gate. Your streams have been a very welcome reprieve during a very stressful exam season. Okay, I was halfway through that before I realized it wasn't just going to be like one of those scrambled sentences that had no meaning. Holy shit. Anyway, thank you, Ahmed J. I don't know if we're going to do demos like that. If enough people want me to, I wouldn't mind checking that out. It sounds like it might be an interesting time, but it'd be a little hard to set up. Wait, streams Baldur's Gate? Tomorrow. At what temperature does it get too warm for you? Well, today it's not that warm. It's not very windy at all, but it's approaching 20 degrees Celsius. And I went out with my like winter hoodie on, so that's why it was too warm for me. But the sun was like no wind, and the sun was just really, really warm if you were standing in the sun today. So not good. The boys were too warm too. Thank you, Bar loves you too for the resub. Josen 457 for the resub as well. Time to see some absolute peak after the episode 5 cliff. Can't see peak without cliff. It's true. Thank you, Crazy Fist and Wekus on Fire for the resubs. Episode 6 out of 10. Oh, thank you, Zuger Wow for the resub. Hello, Joe. Just came back from defending my mathematics dissertation, and the professor said it was very good, so I'm extremely happy yet tired. Oh, congratulations. Gonna go take a nice long nap, so have a fun Umineko stream with Sakugas. Thank you very much, Zuger Wow. Congratulations again. Well done. Well done. Well done. Thank you, Lazy Potato, for the bits. Hi, Mr. Toe. Please skip this if you don't want to go through this topic again. I finished watching yesterday's VOD of Umineko and just want to say, please never be afraid of voicing your thoughts out about what's happening. Regardless if it is positive or negative. Personally, I enjoy knowing your thoughts. I know most people do, but it can be a little frustrating sometimes. Thank you, Lazy Potato. Thank you, Cal Hill 555 for the resub. There's a Michael Jackson poll. Oh, that was during Bandle. Okay. Thank you, Henry White, for the bits. Speaking of games worth to buy a console for, will you stream Death Stranding 2 on day one, or should I shill Sony for the game? I'm actually thinking this over. What do you mean shill Sony? What's going on? What kind of pull do you have? What kind of power do you have, Henry Wyatt? I am probably going to stream Death Stranding 2 on day one or like the day after or whatever. Yeah, probably. Assuming that my PlayStation is still going to work after the kids have played Astrobot to death on it over and over and over again. Probably. Are you considering finishing Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty for Witcher 3 video? Nope. Nope. That's not happening. If I do a Cyberpunk video still, I will play Phantom Liberty for it, but I will not finish Phantom Liberty. I haven't even played Phantom Liberty. I'm not doing that for the Witcher 3 video. No. Are you going to restream Naughty 3? Yeah, probably. We'll probably do the Summer Game Fest. Yeah, enough people have expressed interest in that. Yep. Thank you, Alduin Feet Picks for the resub. It's a nice number. 69 months? Nice. How's your life going? This month should be a pretty big personal payoff for me, hopefully, so wish me luck. Ooh. Little mysterious. All right. What's going on? Hope it goes well for you, Alduin Feet Picks. Well done. My life is going. Let's put it that way. It's going. Yep. Thank you, Tiny Rat, for the resub. 20 months with Tosif Ushiromiya. Nice. May your scrandals be 10 out of 10 today, too. It was a 9 out of 10, and I should have trusted the waffles. I should have went with the waffles. Waffles was upon should have made me go with waffles not upon, and I fucking didn't. I'm upset with myself. It would have been a perfect scran again. Thank you, Pals, for the bits. Back at it again to shill everyone's favorite mid-2000s visual novel, including servants, magical battles, and a stupid but lovable red-headed protagonist who is shipped with an otherworldly blonde woman. Which am I talking about? If not both, depends entirely on the subjective, loving interpretation of chat. Enjoy your CCAT stream. Ooh. What's the other one? There is another. Thank you, Poust. Thank you, VaultBoy127 for the resub. Hey, Kevin. What? Hope your day's been swell. Love from the Netherlands. I've been paid to force you to make inflammatory statements about many things. Love from India. Can you please detail your gripes with Umineko episode 5 and Persona 3 4 more times? Love from Peru. All right. Thank you, Vault Boy. Thank you, Cameron7 for the resub. Definitely me, by the way, for the resub as well. Hey, Joe, just wanted to say that I really like your content, smiley face. The smile really makes it. Thank you very much. Definitely me, by the way. Thank you, Nath Balzana and Revrek for the resubs. You only hated episode 5 because Nanjo was barely in it. That's true. That's true. Also, like, hardly any George, Jessica, Maria as well. Yeah. I do like that the episodes have such varied feels and casts because of that. It's very, very flexible. Yeah. I wonder if Ryukishi was expecting people in the fandom to make their own versions of an episode. What if some of them have? What if anyone's done that? Thank you, Shoe Plastic, for the resub. And Bingo 90909 for the resub as well. Almost as many months as Umineko streams. 32-month resub. Yeah, that's true. How many are we up to? We've got to be coming close to 30, right? Charitable Coffee Maker used to say, just in my 4th year medical exam, got a practical next week, and 1 more year left before I can be called a medical doctor. But thank you for streaming Umineko and distracting me from my revision when I should have been studying. Can't wait for the second Witcher. Oh, thank you very much, and fucking congratulations. That's fucking respectable as hell. God damn, nice one. Next time you're here, can you chime in about fractures versus breaks of bones for no reason at all? Specifically in the most tiniest hairline fracture that there is. You know, need to get an MD to weigh in on this. Anyway, thank you, Paus, for the bits. It's a little VN called Fate Stay Night. It's a bit obscure and indie. Smiley face with a nose sticking out cheekily. Nice, nice. Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for some more bits. Stop with your Fate propaganda. Arches is the best VN, period. Arches? Archies? They're the same thing unless they're displaced. Ah, okay. Fake MD. I believed your story. There's no way a real MD would disagree with me. The armchair amateur who knows nothing about medical knowledge saying that tiny hairline fractures should not be considered the same as breaking of a bone. There's no way. There's no way. I wish you all the best with your last year, charitable coffee maker. Thank you, oh my god. Lelia, you just said Lelia, right? You just said to just go with Lelia last time, I believe. 3 months, let's go. Have you considered following in anime footsteps by having filler episode streams where you just do 4 hours of dull games? I mean, we do that sometimes when I just talk to chat on a black screen, and those streams surprisingly do quite well. I don't know. Do. Black screen streams are always cream. Always cream. Always cream. Okay. There's a really good full-length Umineko forgery called Redaction of the Golden Witch. Oh, they do exist. That's cool. All right, I think I've caught up. I've said thank you to everyone. Thank you to June Daydreamer as well for the bits. You asked if Remember 11 by Uchikoshi is good last stream, and I think that if you read it, you would have a Twin Peaks Deadly Premonition moment about every single Uchikoshi game you've ever played. It would be awesome. Well, I mean, that's his own work though, right? So like he's allowed to explore those things over and over again, right? It would be interesting to see where he started with that though, huh? Thank you, Ari Lins, for the bits as well. Regarding what you said yesterday about how Umineko is your first time being in an abusive relationship with the game. Oh, you mean literature? You may have missed this, but that's why there are 8 episodes in Umineko, since it takes a survivor of domestic abuse, on average, 7 attempts before they successfully leave an abusive relationship. All a part of Ryukishi's plan. Don't worry about it. Did you know that Ryukishi was a social worker? Maybe that's why he was able to have this in his episode list. Yeah, he's pulling that experience. I bet a lot of you didn't know that. It's kind of crazy, huh? That was a wild bit comment there, Arielens. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pincerata, for the bits as well. I'm going to eat a Nutella sandwich to start off the stream. Hope you like the start of episode 6. I should try one. I should try it. Thank you, Pincerata. All right, here we go. I'm reading solo today, so wish me luck. By the time I fell asleep, I got about 7.5 hours of sleep. I've been awake since 8 something, so I haven't been awake too long. I've already gone out and did quite a long walk. I barely slept 2 nights before though, so I'm catching up on sleep. I've had a coffee. I've had some food. I should be okay. I should be all right. We should be okay to go. All right. Survivor here and also first time chatter, but sorry if that was too intense. It wasn't too intense. It was good. Don't worry about it. That was a clever joke. Your first time, you're not first time chatter. Your first time talking in chat without being first time. Yeah, I know you. Yeah, okay. All right, here we go. At one time, only Beato and her fellow witches had gathered in this smoking room to chat. Now, however, an unusually large number of people were present. Oh god, the light. I wonder what kind of game Battler's gonna show us. I don't care what it is, as long as it's fun enough to relieve my boredom and as I crush it. See, I told you the black screen games, they go hard. They go hard. Okay, so smash. At one time, only Beato and her fellow witches had gathered in the smoking room to chat. Now, however, an unusually large number of people were present. Has it fucked up the thing again? The music? Already fixed this. It does it every single time you load, I guess. All right. I wonder what kind of game Battler's gonna show us. Okay, so we're doing In Medias Res again with the wedding scene. Okay, I don't care what it is, as long as it's fun enough to relieve my boredom as I crush it. Leave everything to me, my master. I will perform to my fullest and give you the results you desire. Yeah, you better. I kept making strange faces all last game thanks to you. I hope I don't start getting wrinkles from all that. There's no need to worry. The beauty of my master's face is without peer, no matter how wrinkly it may get. You know what? I feel like Burn Castell, and I know I'm not proposing this as criticism or whatever, I don't know. I feel like Bern Castell is a completely different person than she was in the first episode 1 and 2. She showed up in the tea party after episode 1, right? It's like she's not even the same person anymore. I wonder if that's on purpose or like she was hiding herself or whatever. Like I don't know, man. Maybe they changed direction with her. Oh god, the brightness. Ugh. It's rare to see Bern in such high spirits. Beato's game board really is something else. How sad it is that the master of this game board is no longer with us. The tiger dies and leaves behind its hide. Looks like Beato died and left behind her game. Not me though. Even though chess still exists, no one knows the name of the person who invented it. It was John Chess. What are you talking about? Oh, you're right. Yeah, poor game inventors. Couldn't think of it, Battler-san really has kept us waiting, hasn't he? Is he still setting up the 6th game? Gertrude, how have Lord Battler's preparations progressed? Why are we still doing games? Are we gonna find out? Battler knows everything now. Did Beato not come back? Is he trying to get Battler to come back? Why are we still doing games? Please allow me to speak. Know that he will be finished very soon. If he's kept us waiting this long, he must be pretty confident in his plan. He really humiliated me in front of my master last time. I'll defeat him no matter what it takes. And you in particular, make sure you don't screw up again. I will meet the challenge with all of my strength. The previous game master, Lambda Delta, had confirmed that Battler understood everything about Beato's game. However, in order to prove it, Battler would have to run this game by himself and carry it through to completion. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Why? In other words, Sumari, if Erika could crush this game of Battler's, she would, in effect, wipe away the dishonor of that last game. Though Erika was chomping at the bit to get started, it was taking Battler quite some time to show himself. At that time, a swarm of gold butterflies popped into existence and took human form. From the shape of that familiar dress, everyone immediately realized who it was. Ah, look, it's Beatrice-san, and I thought you died and disappeared last time. The one who died last time was Beatrice, the player. This is probably just a piece, Battler's piece. Even if she is a piece, it does not change the fact that it is her. Beatrice gave an elegant curtsy as she appeared. This humble entrance was so vastly different from her usual high-pitched laugh that it made the long-awaited start of the 6th game feel even more ominous than it otherwise would have. Father will be here very soon. I ask that you wait for just a short while longer. What? Father? The heck? Is that the new spin this time? Not only had Beato started talking in an unusually polite manner, she had also used the word father. Yeah, I know, I was here, presumably referring to Battler. For an instant, everyone was stunned into silence, but they quickly realized that this was setting up some kind of theme, and they grinned. Beato wasn't the type who could keep up with this kind of act for long. It would probably fall apart in a few seconds, leaving her cackling rudely at everyone. Erika, who was itching for a fight, went for Beato almost at once. I can't believe that incompetent Battler-san reached the truth of your game. I'm sure Father understands it quite deeply. He really is good at that sort of thing. Is this the same voice? Still, you're pretty lucky. If Battler hadn't become the game master, you wouldn't have revived again. You've really got the luck of the devil, don't you? The luck of the devil? Well, either way, I'm going to pay you back in full for last time. You're just one of Battler's delusions, so I'll erase every part of you and knock you down into the abyss of oblivion. Is there a bigger space here than usual? I too cannot allow you such an easy victory. Oh, I look forward to having a good clean fight. Watashi? By this point, everyone realized that something weird was going on. There was no doubt that the face, the dress, and the hair were all Beatrice's. However, her expression was different. Even though she had Beato's face, Beato would never show anyone an expression like that. Who are you? There was a heavy silence. Lambda Delta spoke for everyone there. At first, Beato had worn a smiling yet blank expression. However, when she realized that the mood had gone suddenly stiff, her expression finally darkened and she hung her head. Is it Angie? Who are you? You appear to be Lady Beatrice, but are you not? Even Delanor was forced to ask, despite the rudeness of the question. That was how much this woman, who appeared to be Beato, was not. Am I somehow different from the Beatrice everyone was expecting? What are you talking about? Wait a second. Don't tell me you have amnesia or something. I was only born recently, so I haven't memories. You're fucking acting like Shannon. However, I will study hard in order to become the Beatrice you all expect. Beato, I thought I told you to stay in your room. Battler's voice came out of nowhere. His tone was very slightly cold. Beato's expression looked like that of a young girl being scolded. Oh, Daddy's home. With a swirl of gold butterflies, Battler appeared. His dignified bearing and appearance were fitting for the ruler of this game. However, his expression was gloomy, and his gaze was directed to Beato. Go back to your room. You aren't supposed to be here. I just wanted to help you however I could, Father. Go to your room. Okay. Okay. I want to compliment the drip, but if you're making her call you Father, you can get in the sack with Erica, and I don't really care which one I hit more with the stick. Like, but I gotta respect the cloak. He spoke both softly and forcefully. Battler didn't leave her any room for debate. Beato hung her head and curtsied as she prepared to leave the room. Also, yes, what is it, Father? Stop calling me Father, please, for the love of God, please, please. My name is Battler. Never call me by a different name again. Thank God. All right, good. Yes. Why would she think to call you that? What is she seeing when she looks at you? Beato melted into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. This was the first part of the tale with Battler as the game master. The witches had also assumed that he'd come forward with some flashy big developments, so this was all completely unexpected to them. Their mouths were still hanging open. This is a pretty weird take on it. Pardon me. Please forget what you saw just now. Humph, you're playing dumb, but this is all just part of your plan, isn't it? I was just fucking thinking of that. Fuck you. You're scheming to give us the wrong impression, like another North Wind in the Sun strategy, aren't you? Is there something wrong? Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with you people. I see. Guess it doesn't matter then. Okay, Battler, start up the new game right away. You've kept us waiting so long, it's gotten totally boring. Sure, let's start the 6th game. Erica, and you too, Bern Castell. This will be my tale, proof that I've reached Beatrice's truth. Lambda Delta, please watch this game until the end as a former game master. Sure, looking forward to it. What's the title? Dawn, as in Dawn of the Golden Witch. Sure, if we're talking about a winter sun that goes below the horizon right away. Of course, my master. I'll drag it back down for you. At least your naming sense is good, Battler-san. I'll give you that much. I'm glad you like it. Then let's get started. The 6th game will now begin. Battler solemnly announced at the start of the game. This is gonna be a fucking disaster compared to his fired up attitude at the end of the previous game, where he and Erica had sworn to settle everything next time. He was extremely quiet now. Angie, Beato seems to have changed a lot since we last saw her. I'm surprised too. I don't have a clue what's going on. I don't even get why Beato's alive in the first place. I just finished reading it a second ago, but at the end of the previous tale, didn't she die just before Battler reached the truth? There are two kinds of death in this world. One of them is when a piece is taken from the game board. Such a death exists only within the bounds of the game, and these lives can revive over and over again each time a new game begins. That's why the witches are so merciless when it comes to taking those lives. So the witch players, the lives of those characters who appear on the game board are no different from pieces on a chessboard that take on other pieces that take other pieces and get taken. Holy fuck. After all, these pieces will be set up again when the next game starts. Maria's Sekitaro is a prime example of these. Sekitaro is One-chan's piece? Yeah, that makes sense. In the game board that represents the inside of One-chan's head, Sekitaro certainly does exist, and is a piece that always stays by her side. Though he's nothing more than a stuffed animal in the real world, on One-chan's game board, he's no less of a piece than any other. You're calling that a game board? Huh. But I wonder, if he were a piece in a witch's game, it should be possible to revive him easily, right? But One-chan wasn't able to revive Sekitaro in her world. That's because she lost that completely unique stuffed animal that was his vessel. Because of this, the conditions for that piece's existence were violated and it became impossible to revive him on Maria's game board. The only reason you were able to revive Sekitaro on the game board was because you once again satisfied the conditions for his existence, correct? A red truth. Yeah, true. Maria One-chan was only unable to revive him because she had lost the stuffed animal that was his vessel. If, like the rest of my family on Beato's game board, she hadn't needed a vessel for him, she would have been able to revive him as often as she wanted. I get it. It makes sense that Sekitaro was One-chan's piece. At least, as long as his vessel was okay, he could have been revived over and over again. Correct. As long as his vessel is safe, he can be revived over and over again. That's what the life of a piece is like. That's the first kind of death in this world. What's the second? That's the death of beings outside the game board. To continue with the Sekitaro example, this would be like Maria's death. You mean not her death as a piece, but the death of the real One-chan, right? Not necessarily. Loss of interest or concern would have the same effect. When Maria outgrows playing with stuffed animals, Maria the game player will die. It's as quick and easy as turning off the switch on a TV when you get bored of it. I see. In that case, Beato the player completely gave up on winning during the last game, so she died and vanished. Which means if Beato ever comes back, thinking she's got a chance of defeating Oni-chan, that'll mean she's come back to life, right? Logically, that is true. It's the same for humans, witches, and even gods. If they lose interest and concern, they can die at any time, and if they regain that interest, they can revive at any time. However, though the concept of time does not exist in the world of gods, they can revive whenever they want. Time shoots by like an arrow in the human world, so it isn't so easy there. It's true. Skipping school for one day might not be a problem, but if you skip for 3 days in a row, it'd be really hard to convince yourself to go back. Sure. And what if that's stretched out for a month, a year, a decade, or 1,000 years like in the world of witches? I see. If you skip class for that long, it'd mean your death socially. After being dead that long, not only would you be unable to catch up on all you missed in the world at large, you'd also lose any motivation you might have had when you left. So even though you'd be alive, it'd be fair to say that you've died once. I'm struggling to read already, not a good sign. You would never come back. You would never again be able to regain the self you once were. It would never come back to life. Okay, the dyslexia is kicking in, sorry. Beato lost any chance or hope of winning. Even though she knew this, she pretended not to and kept on fighting for many, many games. So Beato will not return. Her hopes were crushed. She spent all of the willpower that she might have used to regain the will to fight. Therefore, that Beatrice will never revive again. Oh man, can you say it in gold? That Beato who just sat around the whole time with empty eyes in the 5th game must have been her corpse. She managed to remain on the game board despite it all, but then even that corpse was wiped away. The corpse that moved. If Beato had been the game master at that time instead of Lambda Delta, the game board itself would have vanished at that moment and everything would have ended. I wonder when Battler is going to use the power of emotions and love to just overcome a red truth. Come to think of it, Beato started to lose the will to fight back near the end of the 4th game. When Beato loses her will to fight, the world of this game disappears. However, the witches wanted to keep playing in this game board world, so Lambda Delta bound Beato in place with that cursed shackle. She used that shackle to fix the game board in place and prevent it from disappearing, even if Beato did lose the will to fight. In chess, this would be the equivalent of removing the set time limit for each turn, making it endless. However, simply having the game endlessly pause on Beato's turn would cause the witches to die from their illness of boredom. That's why Lambda Delta took the position of Game Master. Starting then, Beato's existence was no longer one of the conditions necessary for the game's existence. That's probably why the shackles binding her to the game board were released. They're just riffing over here, huh? And that explains why she disappeared in the 5th game. So, when Oni-chan managed to reach the truth, it was one game too late for him to tell Beato about it. The 5th game was a form of charity on Lambda Delta's part. She merely showed Battler some mercy as the Witch of Certainty, acknowledging his strong desire to reach the truth no matter what. How can you call that charity? It's just those fickle witches killing time. Let's get back to the point. So, that means this weird Beato isn't the player Beato, she's just a piece Beato. True. If that is the case, she should eventually become the Beato everyone knows. I imagine that is the Beato that Battler wants. You mean, he wasn't satisfied with just a doll? When playing with dolls, one can project the personality they most desire onto the doll, like Lambda Delta and Burn did with every character last game. However, since you were acting out their part, nothing unexpected can ever happen. You cannot hope for any unanticipated happiness. In the human world, there's nothing so boring as a pre-established harmony. That's why, though a doll can become a person's best friend in the world, people eventually get bored and outgrow them. Oni-chan only wants the real Beato. He couldn't bear having a doll that only acted like Beato. Alright, done with coffee, sorry about that. A Beato born as Battler's piece would probably move according to Battler's wishes. It's only natural for a piece. Pieces move however their players tell them to, and they can't do anything else. I see what it is Oni-chan wants. So what's up with this weird Beato? Battler might be trying to revive Beato in the truest sense. That is the never-dying dream held by children of man. You just used the red to say that it wasn't possible. That Beato will never revive. However, that doesn't mean that it is impossible for Beato to be born again. Have you forgotten? I believe that Berncastle herself revealed Beato's true form at the end of the 1st game. Now I remember. She said something about how Beato exists as an incarnation of a rule. Information began to be accumulated based around that rule, and in the end, it took the form of the witch known as Beatrice. If that pattern isn't followed once more, the same Beatrice will be born again, and perhaps one could call that a resurrection. In other words, Samari, that weird Beato is Beato as an egg, or maybe a chick. That interpretation is probably accurate. In short, this Beato is a chick who might grow to become that Beato. And that means this pure and lovable kid will eventually grow into that screwed up crazy witch. In other words, Samari, that Beato is a baby version of the Beato we all know. So just like how no person is born evil, the newborn Beato isn't evil either. Even though she really is a different person, if you measure her by her root, or perhaps her soul, then maybe you really could call this a resurrection. However, this reality can't possibly be easy to accept. Though she may technically be Beato herself, she is also, without a doubt, a different person, and that way she acts would make anyone feel as though something's out of place. How entertaining. Hearing you read aloud is far from boring. Oh, thank you. I doubt you even really need someone to read aloud for you. It looks like you already know everything. I only reached that thought because I am engaged in a conversation with you. My thoughts are more numerous than the stars in the sky. I only appear to know everything to a child of man like you. However, without you here, I am nothing but a weak, sickly person without even the power to think. If you just said that in the first place, I would have agreed to read for you a lot more easily. My mood just happened to improve. Don't get an overswelled impression of yourself. Your life means less to me than a leaf one has lost after using it as a bookmark. Oh, please keep reading already. Is that pretty much what you're trying to say? Okay. Far from boring. You really do make an excellent Miko. Okay. I've never spoken to a leaf I've used as a bookmark. Featherine rocked back in her rocking chair and looked up at the ceiling, laughing as though the conversation itself was pleasant for her. Angie was slowly figuring out how to deal with this strange witch. This person was also bored. It's not uncommon for a sick person who's bored from being bedridden for a long time to start acting rebellious. On the other hand, they can also get a little bored of being treated kindly all the time. She may want to shown respect for her superiority, but it's probably more interesting for her when she's spoken to rudely. What a coincidence. That's exactly how I used to be. Anyway, from what we learned in the 4th game, there's no doubt that there's been some kind of antagonism between Beato and Oni-chan in the past. Learning about this Beato might give us a key to finding the truth. It does seem so. It has caught my interest as well. Let's read her tale too. Oh, sure, as you wish, my master. When Angie raised her hands like a conductor, the bookshelves and the bizarre study responded. Once again, several books floated out and began to swirl around Angie. Thank you, Anatom22 for the resub. Is this a new background? I don't know which one this came in on, but I think there has been a new background or two in episode 6 so far. Definitely one. Thank you, Anatom. Thank you, Krutler, for the bits as well. 1,000 bits. Hello, Toe. These bits are on behalf of the Limbus conglomerate of Jads. Is there a Limbus conglomerate of Jads now? I don't know why I have trouble remembering what Limbus even is. Is Limbus the gotcha one? I think it is. Is Limbus Company? Or is Limbus the one that's like the board game? Yeah? Do people like it a lot? I feel like this game is incredibly controversial for some reason. Limbus Balls, Lameo. Aw, nice one. Nice one. Thank you, Tofers, for the resub. I'm behind on Umi streams, but I still love you. Aw, thank you. I still love you too, Tofers. Thank you very much. It's really bad. It's great. It's really bad. Kinzo's study is the room belonging to the master in the human world. So this study in the world of non-humans belonged to the master of the game board and was a place where he could look down upon the humans. Therefore, one could hardly be blamed for mistaking the imposing berobed man in the center of the study for Kinzo. Okay. Oh, no. Oh. All right. Okay. All right. So, in the interest of staying engaged with the story, I have good news and bad news. The good news is I'm back on the Sayo Shannon canon train. Okay? I think that Sayo is the child from 19 years ago somehow. I have no idea how she or he survived. I have no clue how. But that also means that episode 5 is even more horseshit than I previously thought. I also think from stuff that I'm barely remembering, I theorize now, I remember thinking that Shannon was his daughter or granddaughter, probably daughter, with a mistress. So remember, I remember saying something like George is like dating his aunt or something like that. I think that's probably true, but Shannon isn't, because Shannon is like furniture of Sayo, maybe? I don't know. I'm still not really sure about the mechanism how that works. I think that Sayo is probably a child that Kinzo had with, does he have more than one? Probably the Beatrice that Rosa found in Kuadorian and let off the cliff. That's what my guess is. Oh, maybe not though. Like, did she have a kid? I think Kinzo, I haven't thought about this in a while, so sorry, it's kind of hazy. I think Kinzo has done some truly heinous, fucking vile shit when it comes to trying to resurrect through the power of like indoctrinating girls to be like another Beatrice, okay? So I feel like that's where the story is going, and I just got another clue, which is why I'm saying fuck off, is that, you know, mistaking for Kinzo. Oh wait, hold on. Would Sayo know that? Oh no, maybe I'm wrong. How would she know? Maybe she wouldn't know. Would she have been told? Maybe? Why would she still be here? Okay, my read now is that so Kinzo lost his mistress, Beatrice. Beatrice was a real person, I'm guessing. Mistress that he loved more than his actual wife that he married for whatever fucking reason, I can't remember now. I think it was like a diplomatic kind of marriage that that resulted in this family. He had his mistress Beatrice that he had somewhere. I don't know if that's exactly the same that you really think the Kinzo that told Natsui to bear the one-winged eagle in her heart would do something so evil? I don't know if his mistress was even alive at that point or actually did live in Koridorian, or if Koridorian was built in order to house like his air quotes magic at trying to recreate his mistress through fucking like brainwashing people that he got from that orphanage somehow. But like I feel like the baby he got from the orphanage probably was actually his child, and he's trying to find a way to get like the lineage that he had with his actual mistress into the bloodline. So he gives that child to Natsui. Natsui pushes the baby and servant off the cliff, but maybe that isn't, maybe she was lying there, maybe she straight up just killed that baby. Then probably someone finds the baby lives somehow, which means that it has to be her, because she's the oldest servant, and she quit sometimes, right? Did she quit and take the baby somewhere else and look after the baby, get the baby set up, and then came back? Maybe he has something to do with it too, because he seemed awfully protective of the Beatrice that showed up in the other uniform in episode 2, 3. Sorry, it's kind of hazy. I feel like something like that, but then they come back to the orphanage, maybe? No, there's pieces I'm missing here. Anyway, sorry. That's where I'm back on with the overarching mystery of what's going on with Beato on the island and everything. But like, I don't want to get into it. But if I am right, and I really do think I'm right because it fits so well again now. Erica not seeing this is complete horseshit. That's really bad. And we didn't even talk about that yesterday. That's really bad. That's bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. On one hand, I hope I'm right because I like my theory. It fits really well. But on the other hand, I hope I'm wrong because that means that I don't have to put like another stake into the story of like what I don't like. What's bullshit? Like Erica's perspective is meant to be infallible or objective, sorry. And there were multiple scenes in episode 5 where like one of the reasons why I got like on this line of thought was that Battler never saw them in both at the same place at the same time, and it didn't really, there weren't many scenes, if any, of like them both interacting with a bunch of different people, except for maybe other servants. Does that mean the servants know about it? I can't remember. I'm sorry, it's a really long story. But Erica, like, it felt like episode 5, with the way that sometimes when Kanan and Shannon would talk in episode 5, they would talk together at the same time. The way that the Red Truth kept like not naming them, and it was like everyone else was there, that sort of thing, is like very, like, it was like trying to lie while also telling the truth. But Erica was like, who has the detective's viewpoint that's meant to be objective, was in multiple scenes with Shannon and Kanan in it, and Shannon and Kanan were talking independently. Like there was even that head count in that parlor scene, I think, or the not the parlor scene, I can't remember what, the breakfast lounge, whatever, the lounge scene. So even if we had established in episode 5 that Erica, if something gets out of Erica's line of sight when Battler jumped through the window in the study, then that can become magic if the detective doesn't have eyes on it. So I guess you could make the very strained I see this with love argument that, well, Erica just so happened to not look behind her, or didn't look in the corner, or wasn't aware of it. But because we don't see all of the scenes that happen in their totality, like there's bits that are missing in different conversations and people are talking, you just don't hear it, because like multiple times we return to a scene and there was like, hey, there was this whole part of the scene that you didn't see. It is completely and utterly bullshit and unfair to me that you're saying that there was all these people that were in this scene, presumably talking with Shannon and Kanan at some point, and Erica didn't notice that there was someone across speaking to like a vacant void in the air. And then that also comes back to, I don't understand why everyone in episode 5 was just going along with it, but that's a different problem. Like, I don't know. Anyway, that's enough of that. I'm sorry. I was like 80%. I think I was like 80% before episode 5 about this. And then episode 5 dropped it down to like fucking like 10%. Maybe there's bullshit explaining it. And now with like the Kinzo. Oh, maybe it's just gonna be explained in the next line. I'm gonna lose my shit, and Battler's gonna be like, "But I've never been in this room before." But now like Beatrice calling like Kinzo father when Battler, sorry, Beatrice calling Battler father, thinking it's Kinzo with that line when Battler doesn't want her to do that is just jump me back up to like 90. Like I don't know. I don't think I explained that very well. I'm sorry. But that's my chaotic thoughts at the moment. Anyway, therefore, one could hardly be blamed for mistaking the imposing Baroque man in the center of the study for Kinzo. Maybe this is just a link back to how Kraus became Kinzo in this room in episode 4? Maybe. If only for a second. But it wasn't Kinzo. This was Battler, the one who had taken up the position of Game Master, becoming the new territory lord of this world. Around Battler was a swirl of glowing fragments sparkling like the night sky, and on the floor was what appeared to be a red magic circle. To an outsider, it would seem to be nothing more than an incomprehensible geometric shape. But to Battler, who stood at its center, it was the outline for a new tale. A new line grew across the magic circle, following Battler's gaze. Then, at the instant it connected with a complicated symbol, the entire magic circle flashed brightly. So, how does it look? It is splendid, Master. The 6th game is complete. As Battler wiped his forehead and finally relaxed, Genji, who was standing behind him and watching over his every move, nodded deeply in response. I always thought being a game master meant you can make the tale however you want, but this is seriously harder than I thought. You must write up multiple tales and make the inner and outer sides of the story match. Unless you're Lambda Delta. Though truly you have displayed such skill, it is hard to believe that this is your first time. I believe even Erika-sama will be satisfied with this game. Well, hopefully it matches that great detective's tastes. Still, I've got to honestly respect Beato now. I can hardly believe that she managed to make tales that complicated and do it so easily. Easily? Far from it. Beatrice-sama also worried, racking her brain over various contradictions each time she created a tale. She was constantly battling with logic errors. Logic errors? That is when two sides of the tale do not meet, creating a contradiction. When this happens, it becomes a fatal violation of the rules known as a logic error. And the game board will immediately collapse and destroy it. Nah, it doesn't. Nope. It is the greatest and worst form of error that the which side can make, and the one which must always be avoided. Oh no, Battler, what are you gonna do? Oh, for fuck's sake. So Beato got close to bumping into those many times in her games. She fought with him every time she created a game. I believe it grew even more difficult for her as he became a more formidable opponent. So, do you think this game I've made is good enough to show Beato? Yes, of course. Beato hasn't woken up yet, has she? It's been a while since her body was formed as a personification of the rules. Is she still not awake? After remaining silent for a while longer, Genji answered. Okay, so this process that they're describing right now seems to very much imply that it's not true that when they make a game board, they don't just flip through the fragments to find like a story that could have happened here and then just go with it. Maybe they do that as a basis. It's like that's the foundation, or like the base of the alchemical potion, and they add more things onto that. Maybe it's both, but it's definitely not like wholesale. We just flip through all the fragments until we find one where the story that I want to tell happened, and then I put it in. Right? At least that's what this implies. Maybe this isn't true, but that's what it implies, or that's what it supports. She woke up 3 days ago. You were concentrating on the construction of the 6th game, so I decided to wait before telling you. My sincere apologies. Oh, really? Yeah, I'll bet she's still all drowsy after sleeping so long. I really want to show her my game. No, it's more than that. I have to show her. I need to tell her that I've understood everything. Battler's face broke into a smile. There was no trace in his expression of the hatred he had once felt towards Beato for murdering his family. Because she is family. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I want to rescind my theory. No? No, no, no. Oh no. Oh no. What are you thinking? What do you mean, what am I thinking? If my theory's correct, Beato is Battler's aunt. And all three of them are in love with their aunt. Wait. Aunt slash cousin? Oh. 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 Okay. In a way, that was the final riddle of the 5th game. Yes, when Battler reached the truth, there was a great change in his impression of Beato. Oh, you guys are going to be the narrative for you for this. Oh, that's cool. I like that. So, should we assume that there really was something between Oni-chan and Beato, and that he forgot all about it? However, Battler suspected that this in the 4th game and asked Beato about it. According to the tale, this was denied by the Red Truth. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for Battler. Yeah, because it was Sayo. We can read this as saying that Beato did not exist 6 years ago, or it could simply mean that she had no connection to Battler at that time. However, either way, Battler did not visit Rikenjima at all for the next 6 years. What the fuck did you say to her? October 4th, 1986 should have been the first time Beatrice and Oni-chan met. If so, why was there already some kind of antagonism between them? I don't have a clue what that means. That sin of Ushirimiya Battler's, which Beato took Battler to task for in the 4th game, might give us a clue. The result of that might have been Beatrice herself. The result? The result of Oni-chan's sin was Beato? It almost sounds as though Oni-chan created the witch Beatrice himself. Almost as though Beatrice was Battler's piece. Huh? Battler sinned 6 years ago. Because of that sin, people died. The one doing the killing was Beatrice. If you consider the possibility that everything's connected to Battler's sin 6 years ago, then the one who created Beatrice was Battler himself. I thought it sounded almost as though she was Battler. Okay, that... Fuck. What did I even suggest like 2 months ago? Battler saying to someone who is in a really like deep emotional pit, and like has maybe no sense of control, no sense of family, has been like has gone through like several atrocities, was like almost killed when she was a baby, that sort of thing. And if Battler just like had a connection with her and he didn't even realize it, and he said something like I wish Beatrice was real and just showed up and would take this family to task, like maybe would that be enough? Maybe, I don't know. Have we seen that? Haven't seen it? Nox's bullshit makes me think yes. I don't remember that. I don't get it. Even if Oni-chan sinned in some way, his crime couldn't have been anything close to murder. If this huge massacre is in retaliation for what he did, then it's totally out of proportion. Beato killed our family, dad, mom, Oni-chan, everyone. I can't believe that Oni-chan's sin was anything deserving of that. The weight of a sin depends on the person measuring it. Even a sin so light that Battler might have forgotten would have been so serious to Beato that she hated him enough to massacre his whole family a full 6 years after the fact. Well, even I find that a bit excessive, and more importantly, if she were a person like that, I would find it hard to accept that Battler would act so friendly towards her after discovering the truth. Feathering's observation was an interesting one. In a past game, Beato clearly said that Oni-chan's sin 6 years ago was the cause of this 2-day tragedy. Still don't know what kind of sin that was. However, he figured out what it was at the end of the 5th game, and he even apologized to Beato, even though she was the witch who had like at this point it might even be like because of the way it's dealing with like meta story. I'd be really unsatisfied this is the answer. The way it's dealing with like meta stories and looking at narratives and what's real, what's not, it just could be like, oh, like he said something and just inspired her to write a bunch of stories about what would happen, like inspired a book mystery, and then, you know, it just so happened that it's getting, no, that's really unsatisfying. It's getting lumped in with like a tragedy that happened on the island years later. That probably did happen. Man, it's so hard to know what's even fucking true. Especially considering that magic does definitely seem to be real when it comes to Burn Castell and Lambda. And maybe this witch now too? I don't even know how Angie is here. Even though she was the witch who had massacred his entire family in retaliation for sin 6 years previous, Battler apologized to her. Of course, it was the player Battler who apologized, not the Peace Battler whose family had been murdered over and over again. But even so, Battler must have remembered something at the end of the last game that made him feel like apologizing. Does that mean the sin from 6 years ago is hidden somewhere in the tales you've seen so far? Oh, I forgot to say, I'm sorry. Did I say why I'm back on this train so much? Sorry. The reason why is because Nox's, did I say it? Nox's rule about like the culprit has to be named early on in the story. Sayo was named in episode 1 and just never came back. That's why. I was thinking about it last night. That's why. Because like it has to be someone that's named early on, and there's clearly someone missing. Is that Sayo was first named in the scene when George proposed and said what's your name or whatever, in outside under the fucking veranda or whatever the fuck that is, right before the shed scene. I think that's when she was first named, right? Beatrice is literally the culprit. Beatrice isn't real, my wee. Oh, maybe Beatrice is real. Okay. Anyway, does that mean this sin from 6 years ago is hidden somewhere in the tales we've seen so far? I've already formed a certain theory on that matter. Oh, let's hear it. I cannot tell you yet. I want to enjoy being the only one who knows the answer for a little while longer. Well then, I guess I'm done reading for you. Haha, well, we can't have that, can we? Have some patience and read a bit further. My theory is still nothing more than a guess. Once I'm certain of it, I'll tell you. Okay, my master. I actually do want to hear what comes next after all. Just what kind of connection do Oni-chan and Beatrice have with each other? Understanding that will probably give me a massive clue towards finding the truth of this world. After all, because he remembered that, he was able to reach the truth. You're not real, Joe. I actually am not. Joe is a pseudonym, a made-up character that has a made-up life and everything. Yeah. Beatrice! Joe's Tom's piece. Exactly. Thank you, Krutler, for 500 bits to say, hey, Toe, do not play Limbus Company. You'll hate it. Play Library of Runia instead. And then play Limbus Company afterward, after you're hooked. I see what you're doing, Krutler. Thank you very much for the bits. Welcome, Master. Beatrice Sama is waiting for you. This way, please. This place was a villa set aside for Beatrice's use. It was a sacred site for her only, built so that she could spend her days without being affected by the outside world. My heart began to race. I'm so glad she was able to revive, and that everything's okay. Beato is a personification of the rules. Is she? So even though she was destroyed once, it's possible for her to be reborn again. Battler quickly succeeded in reviving Beato's body, but he had trouble summoning her soul back. However, during the time he'd spent immersed in the creation of the 6th game, she had woken up. And this had happened 3 days ago. Battler let himself be led into the dining hall. The dining hall had been set up for his and Beato's use. It existed so that they could enjoy some black tea while having conversations that were only possible now that he had reached all of the truth. I want to tell her. I want to tell Beato that I found the truth. I want to go to... Battler couldn't hold back his excitement over this miracle he'd been granted, the miracle of Beato waiting for him in the dining hall to hear what he had to say. How is Beatrice? Same as usual? Is she doing well? Oh yeah, she's doing quite well. She's been waiting for you all this time, Master. Oh yes. So, she's in the dining hall. Is she eating something? That's okay. It doesn't matter either way. Oh, you'll be surprised. Beatrice. Uh-oh. When he swung open the doors to the dining hall, Battler was greeted by a wonderful sight. Though the food laid out on the table wasn't particularly sensational, it wasn't made by goat or anything, it was arranged beautifully, and a champagne bottle stood there waiting. Were we just talking to Renove and Virgilia there? And instead we're seeing them as Genji and Kumasawa? Then the person clad in that familiar dress with the beautiful golden hair bowed deeply in greeting. Beatrice, you have my sincerest gratitude for giving me this form. Come on, don't worry about that. I'm so glad. Beato. Battler rushed up to Beato and hugged her tightly, just to make sure her body wasn't just mist or an illusion. I solved your riddle for you, but then, before I could tell you about it, you went and disappeared. I'm right here. I will not disappear. It's okay, you can stop talking like that. I'm not going to ask you for anything in return. Anyway, I want to apologize, and I want to talk with you. I don't even know where I should start. You have done nothing that you need to apologize for, Father. Oh! I'm glad just to be of service to you. Oh. Okay, I was wrong. Fuck. Oh. God damn it. Beato. Beatrice was born for your sake, Father. Please, let me support you. And Father, congratulations on completing the 6th game. I told you, stop talking like that. You're creeping me out. Do you find this style of speech displeasing? Please forgive my rudeness. Well, I don't find it displeasing, but it's not like you. I guess I like the way you usually talk best. Beato smiled vaguely. To Battler, it probably looked as though they were both smiling at the unusual way she was talking. However, Beato's smile literally was vague and uncertain. After all, she didn't know how she was supposed to talk. Anyway, Beato, be mean to me. Just what kind of joke is this? Don't tell me that the great Beatrice-sama decided to cook for me. When I heard that you had completed the 6th game, I wanted to see if I could prepare a modest reward to congratulate you. Ho 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 ho. What were you wrong about? I thought that the first interaction that they were gonna have was gonna be in Kinzo's study. So when you look at Battler standing in Kinzo's study with the cloak on and everything like that, you see Kinzo. But their first meeting is when he's in here and he doesn't have the Kinzo study buff with a pint, and also like with the fucking mushy peas debuff. Like it's not there. Oh, Beatrice-sama really worked hard to make this. I didn't even need to lend a hand at all. No, I didn't. The food set on the table really was modest and inexpertly made. You could tell by looking at it that Beato, who wasn't particularly skilled with cooking, had given it her all. However, signs of discomfort and irritation were beginning to appear on Battler's face. What's going on here? Well, as she said, Beatrice-sama wishes to congratulate you. Sweat was starting to show up on Kumasawa's forehead. She was also feeling uneasy. When he noticed, Battler realized that it wasn't just his imagination. Beato turned her back to Battler and stuck a corkscrew into the champagne bottle. Then she showed it to Battler. Father, congratulations on the completion of the 6th game. In the hopes that you will prove victorious over your longtime rival, Furuto Erika, longtime rival. Pop. When presented with a champagne bottle and a sound like that, anyone would think that the cork had been pulled out. However, it wasn't the cork. It was the bottom of the bottle. The high-quality champagne that Beato had procured splashed out all over the floor and her dress. Okay, calm down with the visual effects. Then, the same sound repeated several more times. Each time, one of the plates of food on the table was knocked into the air. Father, did you find the food displeasing? Who are you? I am Beatrice. I was born for your sake, Father. Why'd you spill it then? That's not right. Huh? Who is this? This isn't Beato. And anyway, don't call me Father. What's going on here? What is this? Didn't I revive Beato? Genji, what's this all about? My apologies, but that is indeed Beatrice-sama. Are you... Oh, fuck, my controller is plugged in. 1 second. Are you kidding me? How is this supposed to be Beato? She's totally wrong, a fake. No, this is Beatrice-sama. This is, without a doubt, Beatrice-sama, who was born in accordance with the rules of the game board. No, this isn't anything like Beato. Beato would always talk in that weird way and laugh rudely and flirt with me. And this is no, this is most certainly Beatrice-sama herself. Then why is she talking like that? Why is she calling me father? Beatrice-sama was only born a short while ago. It would be far too cruel to expect her to act as she once did so soon. Are you saying that her memory hasn't returned yet? Master, this person truly is Beatrice-sama herself. However, she is not the Beatrice-sama you know so well. What are you talking about? I'm the game master, right? Why can't I revive Beato? If it's like an earlier version of her, and she's acting like an earlier version of herself, Why did it start here of all places? Beatrice-sama has arrived, however the old Beatrice-sama lived for 1,000 years. This Beatrice-sama, on the other hand, was only born a short while ago. If she appears to be a different person, well, that just can't be helped. Then how can I revive that Beato? Her body is right here. How can I revive her soul? If she lives the same 1,000-year life again, she should become the same Beatrice-sama she was before. Are you telling me to wait 1,000 years? A person's personality isn't decided solely by their birth. It can change drastically based on how they live and what they experience. Don't do it, Battler. Do you understand? Even though she is the same Beato, she is not the same. Thank you, Ryukishi. I get it. Even if you had two of the exact same person, they could change enormously depending on their upbringing. Even though they might be both the same human to start with, their upbringing could change them so much that they effectively become two completely different people. Usually, we use the term person to refer to a person, not their personality. However, since humans recognize a person by their personality, those two might as well be different people from a human perspective. That's so true. Bro, if that tragedy 12 years ago hadn't happened, this little lady of ours might be a cute girl who could smile without looking weird. That's rude, and plenty cute as it is. I understand. If a personality is what makes a person in our eyes, you could probably say that a second personality represents a different person entirely, even if it inhabits the same flesh body. At the very least, I'm a completely different person than I used to be 12 years ago, and if my family had come home 12 years ago, then the Angie that resulted would surely be a completely different person from me. Even a single human can become a different person. In fact, depending on their upbringing and endless possibilities, they could become an endless number of different people. Very true. So just because I think about this all the time, so just because this is Beato, there's no guarantee that she'll become the Beato that Oni-chan knows so well. And on top of that, Beatrice is a witch who lived 1,000 years. People can die and be reborn in just 3 days. 1,000 years is such a huge amount of time. It seems you're quite a skilled reader. For most of my readers, it would be necessary to spend several hundred pages to explain how a single person can become different people depending on their upbringing and time. Man, Ryukishi was mad when he wrote this one, huh? Don't understand your readers. Don't underestimate your readers. We aren't just reading. We read and we think. If you make 100 people read it, about 90 will be able to. However, only 50 will actually understand what it means, and not even 20 will actually think beyond that. And all I ask is that they think it over a bit. Nothing more than that, giggle. However, it seems that you are one of those precious 20 readers. That's why I invited you here, child of man. It was seriously hard to like this Hachijo Toya person. However, though this forgery she had written was still in its first stages, it definitely felt as though it contained something very similar to the tales in those message bottles. Speaking metaphorically, one might call it a scent. An indescribably unique and stern atmosphere, like a stuffy library. The Beatrice who wrote the message bottles and Hachijo Toya are different people. And yet, this is the same scent as that tale. I see. This is why some of those curious witch hunters are so intensely devoted to her. Their keen sense of smell is able to sniff out that familiar scent. Very well then. Please continue reading. There could be nothing more entertaining than watching your face as you glance over the words. That, and speaking with you. I guess it's true that writers are always starving for opinions on their works. However, sorry to disappoint you, I don't have time to read all the way through this thick manuscript. More importantly. And yet, you have plenty of time. Both the second hand and the pendulum on the ornate clock behind Hachijo had been moving the whole time. However, absolutely no time had passed for a while now. Only about 3 minutes had gone by since the time she had entered the room. Okay, so 3 minutes passed and then it stopped. Right? Okay. See? Time isn't one of your problems. No sort of time will chase you away until you finished reading. Next page, lady, next page. Oh, you just rolling with this? Okay, bro. Amakusa badgered me to turn the page, so I returned to the world of the tale once more. Why does her tale have the same scent as Beatrice's, I wonder? Is it because she actually has reached the truth as she claims? Does this mean that anyone who knows the truth could create an endless number of message bottles? Is that how the Catbox world works? I see. I guess she might also be an endless witch. In fact, maybe anyone who knows the truth can become an endless witch. An endless tale created by the endless witches. The 2 days starting on October 4th, 1986, where my family is being toyed with endlessly. I have to end it. I have to find a hint of the truth from within the story and end this endless tale. The never-ending story. Ooh. Oh, Charlie Chan is here. Thank you very much for the resub, Charlie Chan. Always good to see you. 28 months of Charlie Chan with a Joms. Thank you, Charlie Chan. What do you think, Beato? How's this 6th game I've made? It sucks. Well, you're not the type to give me an honest compliment anyway. You'd probably say something more like, not bad for an incompetent fool like you. Cackle, cackle. Not bad for an incompetent fool like you. Now that I've seen what it's like to be a game master, it's pretty clear. I wasn't the only one who had it rough each and every game. Creating a game is far from easy. I certainly never expected us to recognize each other's efforts like this. Creating a game is far from easy. I certainly never expected us to recognize each other's efforts like this. All wrong. This isn't Beato. This is a bathtub. Sorry. Battler slammed hard on the desk, but the piece Beato showed no reaction. After all, Battler hadn't ordered her to react. It would be easy to revive the Beato as a piece. However, it would only move... according to Battler's wishes. Having a conversation with it was no different from talking to himself. The Game Master could summon any kind of piece. He could move those pieces in any way he wanted, reigning as an absolute god. Interesting. However, for that very reason, they were just pieces. That made it unbelievably lonely and sad. You created many kinds of furniture, as well as several tales in the past. When I saw that, I was sure you were having a great time doing it. But that's all wrong. You were unbelievably lonely. It must have been such a relief for you having an opponent like me who could actually go against you. Yep, I'm painfully aware of that now. That weird, polite Beato really was you, wasn't she? The way you were 1,000 years ago. And yet, she's a different person. The way she looks just like you is what I really can't get over. I can't stand it. However, she isn't a piece, so she can go against my will. That Beato is much more alive than a piece like you. I get that. But it's all wrong. This isn't you. She's a completely separate person, like a long-lost little sister or something. And that's why I just can't accept her. As much as he hated the piece version of Beato, Battler felt an even stronger dislike for the chick Beato. Even after a whole 1,000 years, she still wouldn't become the original Beato. Even if she were ordered to act like the original Beato, it would just be an imitation. This was a very similar but separate person, and definitely not Beato herself. So, in the previous game, Beato really did disappear for all eternity. Even after becoming the Game Master, there was no way to revive her. Laugh. Laugh at how pathetic I am. Cackle, cackle. Yeah. Just give it a rest already. You're just an illusion who won't laugh unless I order it, and who can't even continue to laugh unless I keep on ordering it. Just disappear. Smash. Okay, what are the reading assignments for the next chapter? True feelings. Oh! All right, we're at 2 hours. Let's take a break. What am I gonna do? Am I gonna get a drink? Am I gonna make a tea? I don't have time to make a tea. Okay. That went quick. Yeah, it went pretty quick. We also had like an hour of intro with dolls and everything like that. Anyway, I will be right back in about 5 minutes or so. I'm not gonna make a tea. I'm probably just gonna have a cold drink. My throat hurts today for some reason. Anyway, right back. Alright, hello chat. Sorry, I was eating a protein bar. Oh no. Hey Joe, I think you should really play Claire Obscure Expedition 33 because this is the year of threes, and not only does it have 33 in the title, it was made by 33 devs and sold 3.3 million copies in 33 days. Wow, that means a lot coming from you, the Witcher 4 video. That's crazy. Whose side are you on? Alright, let's continue. On Rekenjima, this day, or rather this round, was the same as any other. The typhoon would be coming very soon. The sky was still overcast, but the clouds were moving quickly. Hey Joe, just letting you know it's Clear Obscure Expedition 33, but we shorten it to ClobsX33 or ClobSex33. Thumbs up emoji. Oh, are we gonna play ClobSex? Nice. The only thing on Natsui's mind was the plan to cover up Kinzo's absence again this year. The only thing. Kraus appeared to have suffered a stomach ache from the stress and was sleeping in his room. Aww. Jessica and Kumasawa had left in a boat to go shopping and greet the incoming relatives on Nijima. The servants have been busy since the early morning preparing for the family conference, the greatest event of the year. Shannon and Cannon were rushing to get the guest house ready. Okay, so none of this is reliable right now. If the relatives are going to stay the night, shouldn't the guest rooms in the mansion be more than enough? Good point. It's a pain to clean up this place too, after all. Even so, I like cleaning the guest house. Yeah, it's nice and quiet without Madam and all the annoying servants. Shannon smiled wryly as she performed a detailed examination of the guest room. Did we forget to clean anything? Do we need to restock anything? She diligently gave the room one final check over. You checked everything thoroughly last night too, didn't you? You really are dedicated. It's days like this that you tend to get pranked if you're careless. You can never find important things when you need them. And things that were supposed to be closed turn out to be open. That's because you're too careless. You don't pay attention while you work. I guess that's why you're helping me check. Thanks. There's nothing to thank me for. If you were a bit more alert, I wouldn't have to help at all. Giggle. But you actually just want to be with me, right? You're such a kid. It's not it at all. It's all because you've been so ecstatic about George-sama lately. You're messing up so much, I can't let you out of my sight. Giggle. Cannon-kun, let's chat a bit. You can't do that now, we're working. You keep making fun of me and George-sama, but how's it going between you and Jessica-sama? Nothing's going on in particular. If you have time to talk about that, let's just finish this. Wah! Kennen had very obviously been trying to change the subject. Shannon then snuck up behind him and pushed him down onto the bed. What are we doing? So why did you turn down Milady when she asked you to go with her to welcome the relatives? Because I have work to do. Liar. You don't actually have any work at all. Shannon and Cannon had switched roles. Normally, Cannon was the one in control, but when it came to romance, it was the opposite. Kind of wavering a little bit. As Shannon had said, Jessica and Cannon were supposed to have been the ones to greet the relatives at the harbor on Nijima. However, Cannon had suddenly claimed that he had work to do, so Kumasawa had gone instead. Cannon didn't have any work to do. Shannon knew this. Because Tyler knew this. Milady told me, despite what happened after the cultural festival, she really does like you, Cannon-kun. Even though I'm furniture. That's right. And I'm furniture too. But despite that, you're in love with a human. Even though you can't do that. You think so? Maybe we're furniture, just because we take that for granted. I don't have any special feelings for Milady Jessica. I only think of her as the daughter of the family we serve. Really? Really? What? You know, there is a chance that George-sama will propose to me tonight. You knew? Shannon wore an incredibly peaceful smile on her face, but Cannon could tell that there was no way she'd let him change the subject. Cannon realized that she must have made him help out here in the guest house in order to talk to him about this, and he clicked his tongue softly. You really think you can marry a human, even though you're furniture? I think I can. It won't work. Why not? That dream future that George-sama has imagined for you two is something you can never give him. Well, we aren't humans. We're furniture, inferior to them. George-sama only thinks that you're human. Well, that is true, but I'm impressed that you've managed to keep him fooled this long. Do you really think you can keep tricking him like that forever? Even though you still haven't been able to tell him that you're furniture? Being furniture or being human has nothing to do with this. I believe that George-sama will accept everything about me, and yet you don't have the courage to check and make sure. You know what? Fuck you, I think I'll accept his proposal. Shannon looked up at the ceiling. She spoke of the imagined future that she and George would create. though some anxiety over the future appeared on her face. So did the joy of knowing what it was like to live with love. As Canon watched this vivid dream he was being shown. So it's going to be a George and Shannon episode, huh? Alright. He knew that none of his words would reach Shannon anymore. Humph. You can just do what you want. Once you've said you'll do something, you can be incredibly stubborn. Yep. I want to live my life my own way. I'd like to stop being afraid over whose furniture and who's a human. Kenan walked over to the window silently. He saw the rose garden filled with boring, gray flowers in bloom. He realized that Shannon was acting above her place, and he knew that her tale had no chance of a happy ending. However, he also knew that no words of his could change her mind now that she had made her decision. In that case, it doesn't matter what I say. If I tell you to stop, you won't listen. If I tell you to do what you want, you'll do what you want. Why are you talking to me about this? It's not like you care what I have to say. What I want to know is how you feel about Milady. I have nothing to do with the two of you. Do you really feel absolutely nothing for Milady? No, I don't, as I keep telling you. Just gross. Liar. What makes you think it's a lie? I can tell. I'm your Nason, aren't I? You don't know. You can't know what I'm feeling. I do. I know everything about you, Kenan-kun. If you really do know, then why did you ask? Your head and your heart are completely filled by George-sama, aren't they? And it's that sincerity of yours that I love. That's why I'm rooting for you in the only way I can. Otherwise, even I wanted to love Milady. Kenan finally turned to face her, honestly and openly telling her how he really felt. That was what Shannon had wanted to hear. And after hearing that, she pressed Kenan even further to reveal his true feelings. You can't leave it at that. I won't let you. Then what should I do? What do you want me to say? Don't try to dodge by saying I wanted to love her. All you need to do is honestly tell me what you really feel. Milady is too dazzling for me. The way she lives is dazzling, like the sun. That's why I love her. I was so happy when Milady stretched out her hand and asked me to walk with her. No, I still am happy. You love her, don't you? Yes, I do. I love Milady. Oh man, Canon fucking like folded like me saying that it was Pokemon RP. Holy shit, finally. Canon confessed his feelings in their entirety. In fact, by saying it aloud, he finally understood how he truly felt. As passionate tears welled up in his eyes, Canon finally accepted it. He couldn't stop the tears from dripping down his face. Both of us are exactly the same, locked up on Rikenjima and living without any hope at all. And yet, Milady was able to light her own path and create her own fate. She was so dazzling that I envied her. I felt as though if I could be with her, I could find my true self instead of being the pitiful person I am now. Really? Jessica and George, though? When you turned down Milady's confession, were you sad? I was. I never realized that a lie you make to yourself could be so sad, so painful, so excruciating. And I couldn't forgive myself for hurting Milady with that lie. I believed that I didn't have what it takes to ever fall in love again. That wasn't true. Do you know what's needed to fall in love? It's something you can't get from anyone but yourself. Being furniture or not has nothing to do with it. If you decide for yourself that it won't work out, then it won't. You mustn't leap to such rigid conclusions. That's why I, over-ambitious furniture that I am, gave myself what's needed to fall in love. So you have it too, Kenan-kun. You mean, I have what it takes to fall in love? Yes. If you won't give it to yourself, I'll give it to you. Thank you. I feel as though I can finally see the sea. Oh, that's it? Okay. Battler wasn't cooking with this one, I gotta say. I'm certain of it. George-sama will propose to me tonight. When he does, I will accept. I intend to leave this island and start a new life in our new world. With Teddy. If that's the path you've chosen, then I have no say in the matter. I'll leave this island, and after that, I'll never return again. I'll have to say farewell to you, Kenan-kun. You're right. We won't see each other again, will we? If you do love Milady from the bottom of your heart, and if your feelings are at least as strong as my feelings for George-san, then you and I will have to settle whose feelings are really stronger. Nason. This way is best for both of us. Don't give up on your feelings for my sake. Even though my selfishness may keep you from your happiness. I realize that same thing about myself. I know that my happiness will bring you pain. Okay, I'm up to 99% now. We have no choice but to hurt each other. As she said this, Shannon turned her back to Kennen. As Kennen watched Shannon from behind, he was struck by her strength and the love she still felt for him despite everything. Nei-san, living with you made me happy. Me too. I wouldn't have lasted this long without you. And that's why I was able to meet George-san. Yeah, and I wouldn't have realized how dazzling Milady is if it weren't for you. I won't abandon the way I feel. I'll focus on that feeling alone, ignoring everything else, and I won't look away when I trample over your heart. Me too. I won't use you as an excuse to hide the way I really feel. Whether my love bears fruit or yours does, we'll both support the victor. Yes, I promise. 99.5% now, and if I win, I will love Milady and treasure you. Thank you. But if I win, I'll forget you and this island and leave this place forever. Yes, whichever of us wins, that person will pursue their love with all they've got. Even if they know that love will be unrequited. Yes, after all, by now, we are not furniture. Joe, just say 100% have some balls. But it could be Sweden or Norway. So let's just go, you know, Switzerland. Somewhere in the middle between. Switzerland is not in the middle between them, is it? Fuck. It's Sweden's between Norway and Finland. It should have done Norway and Finland and put Sweden in the middle. That's what I should have done. The boat carrying the relatives docked at the harbor. They left the boat one by one, making fun of Battler. Wow, making fun of himself in his own story, based. Goto wasn't the only one to greet them. Cannon was there too. It's been quite some time, everyone. Allow me to welcome you to Rokkenjima. I hope that your long journey went smoothly. Welcome to Rokkenjima. Okay, can we have a scene of Erika on the boat, partying with her party detective boat, solving some murder that just happened on the boat at the end? And then she's like, well, solved another murder. Gonna sleep well tonight? Go, attention everyone, I have now solved the murder. I will now go to bed, and I have absolutely no intention of falling overboard in the typhoon tonight. This line of thinking is only possible for Haruta Erika. What do you think, everyone? And then meanwhile, the next scene is that, no, she didn't fall in the typhoon. Everyone on the boat was so sick of her shit that they actually all conspired to break into her room, carried her out, and then they actually argued over who was going to be the one that got the privilege of throwing her overboard. I'm sorry, I made myself laugh. Good. Go to compliment to Kennen in a whisper. Kennen ignored this, looking just a little sour, and continued to greet the incoming relatives. This is your first time meeting Goto-san and Kennen-kun, isn't it, Battler-kun? Ooh, it's my first time meeting Battler too. Giggle. Goto-san's a great chef. He's the only reason anyone ever want to come to this island. I'm most honored, Battler-sama. I do hope that you look forward to your meals during your stay. I can't wait. I'm counting on you. An exciting luncheon. Long time no see, Kennen-kun. You seem to be in high spirits today. That's great. You think so? Oh yes, your face is looking brighter today. Maybe it's your complexion, or maybe it is that your gaze looks a bit more gallant, or you forgot to take your makeup off. Ah, it must be a growing phase. That's how a boy becomes a man. You usually look as though you're about to pass out from anemia. You're a bit different today. You've got some spunk. A boy can change a lot in just 3 days. I guess that... 3 days again? I guess this means even Kennen-kun's getting a bit more manly. We aren't making fun of you, okay? We're all complimenting you, Giggle. Kennen had sworn to start changing the way he lived bit by bit. However, he had only meant to change within himself and hadn't expected that it would show on the outside. He was a bit shocked to hear that his expression had changed so much that people had apparently noticed as soon as he opened his mouth. No, maybe the real surprise was that his normal expression must have looked so incredibly sullen in comparison. Ooh, Goto led the way up to the guest house. Kennen brought up the rear, helping to carry some of Kumasawa's shopping or something. Does my face really look that bright today? Oh, it looks that way to me as well. Did something good happen? Even Kumasawa was saying it. Kennen, unable to see what his own face looked like, hung his head in embarrassment. When they reached the rose garden, they could see the others streaming into the guest house. Streaming? Then he saw Jessica running towards him from there. Is even Milady Jessica going to say that I'm in a good mood today? Cannon hung his head even deeper. And so, almost as though he couldn't control himself, Cannon spoke first. Do I really look that different? Huh? Well, you know, you aren't usually the type to come out and say hello of your own accord. That's probably why everyone was surprised. Do you know? How could you know? Oh, she's done. Is that fair? I apologize for not going with you earlier, milady. Huh? Oh, don't worry about that. I'm the one who's sorry for asking you to come all the way out to Nijima to meet everyone. I know how busy you must be today. I didn't have anything in particular to do. You were just so dazzling that I couldn't bear to be with you. I was just weak. Jessica faltered, uncertain of what Cannon was talking about. However, when she realized that this was something too important to be laughed off, I read that wrong? However, she realized, okay, yeah. Did something happen, Cannon-kun? Shannon says she's going to get married. I see. So George Nissan is going to propose this time after all. Jessica thought Cannon was sad because Shannon would be leaving, that this new mental state had caused a change in his behavior. And Cannon realized that Jessica was probably thinking this. So he spoke to her clearly and honestly because he wanted her to know. I decided that I would stop working here if Nissan ever quit. I know. So, are you going to quit too, Cannon-kun? I'm not sure anymore. I feel that if I quit, I might lose sight again of something you revealed to me, shining like the sun. Jessica could only stare blankly, unable to understand what he was saying. However, she did realize that he was trying to tell her something important, and so she was able to accept that his next words were neither a lie nor a joke. Oh, stop fading to fucking white! Stop! Enough of the dipping. Dip to gray. I feel like we should put line in the sand. Dip to gray. Only gray. Dark gray. Fucking Milady Jessica, I love you. I love you too. And all you guys, you live your life like the sun, and I want to try walking that path alongside you. I have a feeling that with you, I'll be able to break free from the me that I despise as furniture. You aren't furniture, Cannon-kun, and you weren't born just so that you could become a servant. A boy your age should be enjoying life much, much more. Ha ha ha. I'm dazzled too. You're so dazzling, I can hardly see. This is how I truly feel. I'm sorry for trying to hide it for so long. I apologize for hurting you on that day in my cowardice. Okay, so is the rest of the family just watching this? That's okay. Just hearing you say that makes me happy. So, since I want to always be with you, I plan to stop being furniture. I ask that you give me some time to do that. Please forgive this last bit of weakness. There's nothing weak about you. You've shown me that you have the incredible courage to change yourself from the way you used to be. So I'll support you until the end, and I won't rush you until you're ready. If I'm the sunlight lighting your path, that's because I want you to shine more brightly than anyone else, so that you look at only me. Without you, there's no way I'd become anything like a sun, so I'll wait, no matter how long it takes. Thank you, milady. Milady's a bit stiff, don't you think? May I call you by your name? Sure. Oh, but only when we're alone, okay? Otherwise, it might make things tough for you. Good point. Nissan and George-sama are doing the same, it seems. All right, get his name. Kaio. Yes. If Shannon hadn't been about to get engaged, you wouldn't have said what you just said just now, right? Kennen hung his head, at a loss for words for some time. But it was true. If Shen hadn't told him about the engagement, he probably wouldn't have been having this conversation at this moment. Yes. Because of that, I was able to think long and hard. Come on. You're not that smart. You heard about Shannon and you wanted to see what love felt like yourself, right? Yes. That's a pretty straight answer. Well, when I watched those two, I was pretty jealous myself. In truth, It wasn't quite like that for either of them. They've been shown the courage they need to speak up and tell the one you love how you feel. That's what pushed both Kennen and Jessica forward. So what should I call you? Jessica works fine. Just saying it like that would be a bit embarrassing. Okay, so these two confessing to this and going here is actually a pretty clever way of launching off the like epiphany, realization, whatever the hell you want to call it, that Battler had at the end of episode 5. Is this going to be like a running trend through episode 6 of just like people just being more forward and honest with each other about like connections and stuff? Is it? I think it is, yeah. Like there was a whole thing about love at the end of episode 5, and like you have to admit it, and like there are people that don't admit that they love each other, or like it doesn't have to be romantic love either. In this case, it is, but it doesn't have to be romantic love. So yeah, that's the connection I'm making. Yeah. Just saying it like that would be a bit embarrassing. Then you can use san at least at first. Why not try it out? Come on, Jessica-san. Mitsuru-senpai. Junpei-kun. Good, that'll do for now. And I'd like to call you by your name, Kennen-kun. You have a real name besides Kennen, don't you? I'll bet it has the character something in it like Kennen does. What could it be? My name is Yoshiya. Fuck. Alright. Oh, how is it written? Jessica tried tracing out various characters on the palm of her hand. Then, Kennen used his own finger to write out his name on her hand. You write it as... So, you're Yoshiya-kun. Yeah, that's a great name. Totally better than my weird name. That's not true. Only Jessica's a wonderful Hey, say it again. Huh? Milady Jessica has... One more time. Milady Jessica has a wonderful... Is something wrong? Giggle. No big deal. Thanks. Yoshiya-kun. The red flowers of the rose garden seem to celebrate the two lovers whose feelings had finally connected. Why are we doubling the red, Ryu? What are we doing? The scene was watched by one not human who gazed out quietly from beneath the rose garden arbor. Shannon, with her eyes glowering, staring daggers. Oh. Come to think of it, those two had never called each other by their names until now. Jessica hadn't known Kennen's true name. Kennen hadn't called Jessica by her name. When people call each other by name, they acknowledge the worth of the other's soul. Sure. That's why names are sacred. When you've been given permission to say someone's name, it means they've acknowledged your soul. Is that why Father wants me to call him by his name? No, that's probably wrong. When Father sees me, it reminds him of that other me, the past me, and I'm sure that me called Father by name. However, that probably doesn't mean Father would be happy to hear me call him by his name. After all, I am me, and not the Beatrice Father knows well. What can I do to help Father? How can I be useful to him? After all, that's the only reason I was born. Hanging her head, Beatrice sat all alone in the Golden Lands arbor next to the rose garden. And she was watched by the Witch of Theater Going and her Miko as they sat across from each other. Poor kid. I never thought I'd see you feel compassion for Beato. It'd be too cruel to call us Beato and the former Beato the same person. They're completely different people. So when you busted through the window and like tried to like steadfastly make it so Battler would resist the witches and everything, you were just wrong, huh? That just... Damn. Alright, it may be that by the rules, this Beato is the Beato. However, saying that would be horribly unfair to her. Battler must be very depressed to have things end up this way after reviving his former rival. I sort of get Oni-chan's despair. She's a little stupid. Is that why we love her? But I can understand how this kid feels too. No person can become a replacement for another, not even a past version of that same person. Compared to the young boy and girl who had found new versions of themselves by calling each other by their true names, this witch looked very feeble. The witch knew that she was an illusion created in the image of the person she once was. And she also knew that it would only hurt Battler if she were to try and pretend to be that person. We haven't had a Sumari in a while. Can we get one? Nope. And despite all of that, this Beato wants to be useful to Battler. How admirable. Is that the purpose for the witch known as Beatrice? That is what she claims. She says she was created to be of service to Battler. So, a Beato who was born for Oni-chan's sake eventually commits a serial murder, and drags Oni-chan into a bizarre game that she calls eternal torture. I don't get it. I believe you also understand that one can become a different person over 1,000 years. At the very least, Beatrice was once a pure creature who was born for Battler's sake. It's also very clear that, in her current feeble state, she doesn't possess any of the courage or motivation needed to bring about such fearsome serial murders. Okay, I'm now Sumari. Come on. God damn. Okay, that's kind of a Sumari. It's Sumari light. That means the sinister witch we all know must have changed during the 1,000 years since her birth. It's basically a pseudo Sumari? A Sumari? Sorry, we keep getting this 1,000 years business, but I get the feeling that those words are just a metaphor for a really long time in the world of witches. As you get closer to the world of gods, the concept of time becomes increasingly vague. 60 years can become 1,000, and 1,000 years can be nothing more than a quick nap. One can fit an eternity long enough to be deserving of the title 100-year-old witch in a mere 2 weeks. In other words, yay! Sumari, the pure Beato transformed into the cruel Beato. During 6 years, it could be called 1,000. So, does that mean something bad happened during those 6 years that made her hate Oni-chan? That doesn't make sense. During those 6 years, Oni-chan not only stayed away from Rikenjima, he even stopped using the Ushirimiya name. He had nothing to do with that change. Her hatred has got to be totally misguided. Thank you, Paus, for the bits. Say that again. The family is going to what exactly? I can't remember when this was, 25 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to Rikenjima? They're going to Dotaris? I can't remember, sorry. Thank you, Weekry, for the resub. For the past month, I've been fighting the urge to start Umineko literary analysis while I'm in therapy. Thanks, To. You're the best. That sounds like a fun time, actually. I think you could do that. Yep. I think there's definitely enough here to analyze, and the story is worth it, which is a rare compliment coming from me. But as I said yesterday, I don't think the mystery is really worth it, but hopefully I'm proven wrong by the time we get to episode 8. I think it is worth it, actually. Thank you, Zero Tough, for the new sub as well, or O Tough. Thank you very much, Zero Tough. How are you feeling about the Angie feathering thing? I like it. I like the framing. I like that there's I was just messaging Mouse during break saying that I like the read along while we read along, the double read along. And then she replied with something that really makes a lot of sense, which is that if Battler gets ahead of you, then it's good to have Angie there, which is also like it's important usually for the audience, or the reader, whatever you want to call it, to have someone that is at the same level of knowledge as them. And since Battler jumped way ahead of us permanently last stream, it's I should have actually anticipated that something like Angie was going to come back at some point, because you can't ride with Battler all the time anymore. Like you have to be seeing it from somewhere else, yeah. But in general, I just really like narrative framings. I like this bullshit. Yeah, I really enjoy it. That's one of the reasons why I like the Witcher book so much, because the Witcher book is just full of narrative framings. In fact, it probably gets too decadent with it by the end of the last book, but like, yeah, I do enjoy it. It's actually genius to introduce Erica in chapter 5 because the reader has already fallen for the sunk cost fallacy by that point. I wonder if this was the plan all along for Angie, because Angie, looking back, was a lot of setup and then just like not a lot of payoff at the end of episode 4. I still don't know if that was worth it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking Angie was kind of a waste of time. I think she still might be, actually. Or like, okay, not a total waste of time. I like her character, but if we're looking at things that we can cut out of the story, episode 4 has a lot. Episode 5 has a lot too. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry. We're getting distracted. Let's keep reading. Oh, this is where you were. Shall I make you some black tea? Kumasawa-san, there's something I'd like to know. Oh, very well. What is it? My name is Beatrice, isn't it? Yes, that is correct. You are Beatrice-sama, milady. However, the Beatrice that father talks about isn't me. Well, I think father wanted me to be that person. I think that might be why. He was disappointed because no matter how much I look like her, I am a different person. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, wow. The fucking parallel. Oh, man. Alright, pretty well done. Pretty well done. This isn't true. You are you, Beatrice-sama herself. You have merely lost your memory of the past after being newly reborn. Even without your memory, you are still Beatrice-sama. You are the same person whom the master loves. So then, how can I regain those memories? Well... Beata looked at Kumasawa with hopeful eyes as though praying that she would tell her the way. Kumasawa averted her gaze unhelpfully as though trying to say that she'd like to if only such a way existed. Like, honestly, is this even the present scene, or is this just like the Kurodorian part where Rosa came in and found this Beatrice? These scenes could be like the exact same thing at the exact same time. That probably is what it's representing. Like goddamn, if I can't regain those memories, can't you at least tell me what kind of person the Beatrice's father loved was? That much I can tell you, but I was born for Father Sake, so I want to become the golden witch Beatrice that father desires. But Beatrice-sama, I cannot use magic. However, if the witch father desires could use it, then I will learn. I want to become the witch he desires. That's the only way I can repay father for creating me. That's admirable. Without the 1,000 years gone wrong, she really is an incredible kid. Chick of a witch, very interesting. I've taken a liking to her, Angie. I shall allow this chick to make use of my library. Let us open the door that leads back to the world of witches. Depth in my weeb VN. This has a lot of depth. Are you how are you here and you're surprised? Is this your first time watching? Because Umineko is not your typical weeb VN. Like, the depth has been here the whole time. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Just to be clear, because I feel like maybe some people are salty after my reaction of episode 5, but like it's not a bit. I'm still all in on the larger narrative between all the characters. Like I'm not checked out of that at all. So I'm sorry if people were expecting me to just be like a salty fuck about the whole entire experience now. This isn't like Danganronpa. This actually has something else other than the mystery to enjoy. This isn't like, you know... Like there's more here to it than one side, man. Yeah, of course it still has a lot of depth and a lot to enjoy, yeah. And the depth that it had in the character interactions before, it hasn't gone away either, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Chick of a witch, very interesting. A fool of a took. I've taken a liking to her, Angie. I shall allow this chick to make use of my library. Let us open the door that leads back to the world of witches. So you're going to make her read aloud the stories about her previous self? Yes, I want to know too. The creation story of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Okay, so now you're fucking with the story? Very well. If you wish it, then let us open the door once more. Kumasawa-san. A golden splash welled up around them. It was a cloud of gold butterflies. With a flash of gold, the form of the old lady transformed into that of a witch in a dress. You must choose the path that you are to walk down. Let us call it a path of roses. The beautifully blooming roses may encourage you, and their thorns may torment you. But even so, it is a path that you've walked down before. You may pass through the same 1,000 years. You may pass through a different 1,000 years. If you wish, you may even return back the way you came. I'll move on forward. I don't want to spend 1,000 years in this garden drinking tea. I, Beatrice, was born for Father Sake. So I want to live for Father Sake. Please tell me about the Golden Witch. Okay, so is this representative at some point that Kumasawa was complicit with what Kinzo was doing with the first round of trying to recreate Beatrice with a brainwashed girl? If that's even what if that's even right. I don't know for sure if that's right. So this is representative of magic, but in reality, this is Kumasawa explaining to a young girl what original Beatrice was like and why Kinzo loved her, and this is what she would do, and this is what you could be like too. Did she like grow to regret that, or is it more? Was there magic with the first Beatrice? I don't think so. The Great Witch spread her arms, communicating the others' unbending determination to the brilliant heavens. At that moment, a brilliant light covered the two of them, and before they knew it, they were in a strange study. There sat the master of this library, the great old witch, and her Miko. Virgilia gave a deep and elegant bow. What up? It is the greatest of honors to be in your presence, Lady Federine, Augustus Aurora, the majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating, fourth of her name. Raise your head, child of man. I shall give that child the privilege of using my library however she likes for a time. Angie, my Miko, you will see to her needs. Sure, as you wish, my master. You know, you could just say, let me read your story. Miko of the Witch of Theater-going, I leave Beatrice in your care. Pleased to meet you. The Beatrice you're trying to become was suffering from something in her own way. At the very least, you've been released from that for the time being. Will you really go on a journey to regain those shackles? Yes, I want to become the Golden Witch. Sorry, the line's not funny, it's just the Taurus meme. That is the reason I was born. I, the endless and finite witch, Publius Virgilia Maro, ask that you make her journey through purgatory a pleasant one, granting her your protection. Huh? Let it be known that as the Miko of the Witch of Theater-going, and as the Endless Witch and Apprentice Witch of Resurrection, I, Angie Beatrice, do humbly accede to your request or whatever. Featherine snorted. So, you also bear the name Beatrice? That's right. I know a lot about you. Please teach me. What kind of person was I? Sure. And I'll want you to teach me. Why did you become the person you were? In this library, the fragments showing the tales of all your games up until now are stored as books. By reading them, you should be able to learn everything that has happened before now. Strap in. They're not paced very well. By reading them, can I become a Golden Witch? To become a Golden Witch, one must solve the epitaph of the gold. And this trial cannot be skipped, not even by Beatrice herself. I'll do my best. So please, let me read the books in this library. As admirable as ever. Why are you so set on ending up like that again? I do not know what I was like then. However, if that me can be of use to Father, I want to become it. Angie sighed, resignedly. No words would stop this girl's feelings of respect. Angie was the Miko of the Witch of Theater-going. She could do nothing but watch over the stage. That's right. They weren't actually interfering with the play. This was just a bit of directing to shine the spotlight onto the tale of Beato's past. Even this was nothing more than the Witch of Theater-going watching a play. If you read, you will learn what kind of person the old Beatrice was. However, you must decide what you will take from that experience. You are free to stay in this library, or leave it, or even return to it again later. In exchange, I will watch your play. You'll watch my play? Basically, it means you can do whatever you want. Thank you very much, she likes it when you call her Featherine. Thank you very much, Featherine-sama. After being welcomed in by Featherine, Beato left on a journey to discover herself. That tale connected the old tale with the new one. It wove them together. The 1,000-year-old tale about her return to its starting point, becoming a snake eating its own tail. Oh man. The ring of that snake began slowly, bit by bit, to turn into the shape of a small island floating on the sea. And that was Rikenjima. 1,000 years of the witch born on this island were tied to the island. Okay, was it 1,000 years or just 6? Or did this tale start even further back into the past? Beatrice went out on a journey to find herself. It's not a visual novel without Catbox and Orbo. I was gonna say it. Have a story that goes longer than fucking like 100 pages in the modern day without bringing up an Orbo somehow. Fucking, what is it about that imagery? Our generation just looked at that and went, that shit slaps. The wind has been strengthening since a while back. The breaking waves had grown fierce. The ferry boats probably wouldn't be coming for a while now. Crashing thunder told that the island had been sealed off from the outside world. Thick rain poured down, mocking the fools outdoors who had to rush pathetically to find shelter. No longer would anyone be able to leave this island. We should play Max Payne. And no longer would anyone be able to reach this island. No one, unless blessed with a miracle. There was another flash of lightning. The retinas of all who saw it were filled with white. My retinas! As that white faded away, an eerie shadow pulled itself up amidst the raging waters of the beach. As though suddenly remembering to do so, it coughed violently several times. Doki Doki Lit Club was like 8 years ago, chat. As though suddenly remembering to do so, it coughed violently several times, filthily spitting out the seawater that it had filled its stomach. She then tore apart the touch fastener of her life jacket, and then threw down the reason she had been able to float here without so much as a thank you. Oh, is this Beatrice coming back from the ocean? Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Good. Cough, cough, cough. Ha ha ha! Cackle, cackle. Yep, she's definitely reborn. Welcomed in by the same storm as always. Very. Ah, fucking hell. Yes, come and entertain me, Battler-san. The sequence there of putting that with the supernatural storm representing like the magic coming to life, and then having it appear like a resurrection, magic coming out of the ocean, and then after the Beatrice thing before, and then and then it's just Erica. That was really good. That was really good. This is what I like. Ryukishi. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to like wit. You have to be witty to be able to write. Like that's not funny, like haha funny, but like it is funny. It's like funny didn't laugh. It's very funny, very didn't laugh. You know what I mean? I don't know how else to explain it. It's just really well done. Yeah. News of the drifter for Oda Erica quickly spread across for Kinjima. Erica had been welcomed in politely, and it was decided that she would be treated as a guest until the typhoon passed. In the dining hall, Goda's wonderful dinner had ended, and everyone was relaxing, enjoying some after-dinner coffee and cheese. Apparently, Battler was a bit relieved that Erica had come and turned into a good scapegoat. It drove away some of the attention he'd been getting piled on him for finally coming back after 6 years. In fact, she turned out to be very talkative. I'm not even mad, but you still look mad? What do you mean? What are you talking about? When the conversation turned into about Battler? When the conversation turned into a sophisticated discussion of the mystery genre, even the adults were drawn in. She was apparently so well versed that even Nanjo, who had a vast knowledge of the subject, was impressed. Okay, what are we doing with Nanjo? Nanjo has had a lot of mystery connoisseur development recently. What are we doing with Nanjo? Whoa, good point. A strange family in a western mansion on an isolated island during a storm. Now that we have a detective stopping by to take shelter from the rain, we've all got the major factors lined up. Have no fear. No matter how difficult the crime, I will solve it. That's a detective's job. How reassuring. It almost sounds as though you want a bizarre crime to occur. I hope I don't have to play the part of the victim. Dear, you mustn't say such things. Well, the history of the human mystery genre is only about a century old. Its tricks and ideas are limited to a few recycled patterns, so there's nothing left to show. No matter what kind of impossible crimes or closed-room murders might occur, it will be nothing more than one of the same classes of tricks dressed up to look like something new. The only reason mysteries still make for popular books today is because self-proclaimed fans, those who work off pieced-together knowledge and who have hardly read any of the classics, mistakenly think that a classic trick they didn't know about through lack of proper study is actually something new and surprising. Everyone couldn't help but gape at this imposing claim. If an aged critic had said it, that would have been one thing. But to think that a young person like this could say it so boldly. Mystery is a genre that ended a half-century ago. At least as far as I'm concerned. However, thanks to countless ignorant fools, I get to play my part as a detective. You know what? It's you know what? Me and Erica, I agree, except it's with anime. Giggle, 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 giggle. By that argument, wouldn't it mean that romance was perfected back in Shakespeare's time, so everything after that isn't worth reading? Yes. Exactly. So if you just read Romeo and Juliet, it's the same as having understood all of romance. That's ridiculous. It's not like there's any need to read more books than everyone else just for its own sake. But on the other hand, Sumari, you can't be so satisfied with just a few stories like that. Sticking to classics of the past and never reading anything new is a sign of excessive nostalgia, don't you think? That sounds to me like the excuse of an old person who can't be bothered to read more. I kind of hate when people say that there's no such thing as a new idea, or there's no new ideas ever, it's just recycled old ideas, because it's really hard to argue, but I just instinctively know that people have just been saying that forever. It's such a frustrating conversation. I see. I guess I'll need to read at least as much as you, or else I'd probably lose in an argument. Me? Haha, I don't read books. Battler chuckled, but Erica knew from the previous game that Battler was actually quite an avid reader. So his words felt like more of a challenge. Hold on. So you are dumb. Okay, so you are remembering stuff from the last loop. Okay, so like Shannon and Cannon do. Maybe sometimes. This depends. But also, like that was Burncastle controlling Battler. Okay, whatever. So his words felt like more of a challenge. Like it might still be true, but you don't know for sure. If you're so confident in your reasoning abilities, you must be really good at quizzes and puzzles, right? Oh, right, Maria. Didn't you bring a quiz book or something? Ooh, brought it. Realizing that Erica's arrogant statement had made the atmosphere a little more tense, George smoothly changed the subject. By now, it was more than clear that she wasn't the cute guest she had appeared to be. Maria pulled a book out of her bag that had quizzes and puzzles written on it and started reading them to everyone. It looked like it might turn into a peaceful quiz party, but of course, that isn't what happened. This is gonna be good. As a credit to all her big talk, Erica managed an impressive ratio of correct and immediate answers. She took complete control, and her bragging began to escalate more and more. George slightly regretted the choice he'd made when changing the subject. Okay, so the cousins are definitely not dying this game. They've actually had too many voice lines for by this point. This is going to be the adults are dead round. 106 matches. No need to even write a tournament chart for it. The question, how many matches would you need for a tournament with 107 teams, was answered instantly by Erica. This is less of a puzzle than it is a test of knowledge. There's a formula which shows that the number of matches is always the number of teams minus 1. Well, if you just look at the example showing 3 matches for 4 teams and 7 matches for 8 teams, it should be easy to figure out the pattern. Ooh, Erica, that's awesome. Erica One-chan, right? Say it. Erica One-chan, that's awesome. Really impressive. So you don't call yourself a detective for nothing. I couldn't very well act the part of the detective if I was incapable of handling puzzles of this sort. Incredible. I'm sure you'll be able to become a real detective in the future. Well, I'm pretty sure I already am one. The cousins all thought about the answers to the questions, but Erica always answered first. Rosa thought it was a bit rude for Erica to say the answers out loud while people were still thinking instead of keeping them to herself. But since Erica was a guest, she decided against mentioning it. In truth, Erica was perfectly aware of this when she answered the questions instantly. Each time she would grin broadly, as though saying, "You all still haven't solved such an easy problem?" A great detective like you shouldn't really need to take these too seriously, right? Good point. Even though these are just childish questions, I was getting a bit too serious. I'll take more care, so let's have the next question, please. Alright, I won't lose this time. Maria, next question. Which of these is higher on Scrandle? You have one large piece of cheese. A single slice with a knife can split it into 2 parts. So, what is the lowest number of slices you can make to cut it into 8 parts? Oh, fuck. Three? Three? Three. Ooh. Oh, I know this one. So I guess I'll stay quiet this time. George, acting like the adult he was, set up a mood that would prevent people from answering right away, even if they knew the answer, in effect sending a warning to Erica. It seemed that Erica understood, and she averted her gaze, snorting derisively. To make 8 pieces, 4 slices would be enough, right? That's dumb. It would hardly be a puzzle if that was the answer. That's right. You know where there's a lot of cheese? I know where we can practice it. These are usually set a smaller number than you'd expect as the answer. But still, how exactly could it be done? Oh, got it. You can only do it because it's cheese. True. If you try to do it with a birthday cake, there'd be a huge fight. Wahahaha. That's right. You might be able to do this with cheese, but you'd never cut a cake like this. All of you know the answer? Damn it, am I the only one who doesn't? Oh, I've got it. Yeah, you gotta think 3-dimensionally. Wait, even Jessica? I don't get it. What should I do? I know the answer. It's written right here. Aw, man, she's so smart. You didn't know the answer until you looked, right? Giggle. Get it, Battler-kun? I see. I understand it as well. This is something you can do because it is cheese. Even Dr. Nanjo gets it? Could it be? Am I the only one who doesn't get it? I'm sure even your brain could be as flexible as cheese if you cooked it a little, Battler-san. Giggle, giggle. This isn't something like use 0 slices with a knife and break it apart with your hands, right? Of course not. It's impossible to cut this cheese with anything other than a knife. Say it in red! Think of the cheese in 3 dimensions. If that's hard, it might help to draw a picture on a paper napkin. So we have one large piece of cheese, right? Then we use a knife to make 8 pieces. Can the knife only cut it in a straight line? Yes, that's right. The knife only cuts in straight lines. Well, why? You can put a knife in and wiggle it around. Oh, but here's a hint. You can only cut in a straight line, but you're free to cut it wherever you want. Try thinking of a bunch of ways to stick it in. You should probably try to think out of the box a bit. Show us what you've got, Battler-kun. You have a large piece of cheese. How many times must you cut it with a knife to make 8 pieces? You could obviously do it in 4 cuts. Could it be done in even fewer cuts than that? Our hints so far point to it being possible specifically because it's cheese. If it was a birthday cake, you really wouldn't be allowed to do this. Cheese. Something you can do because it's cheese. Oh, I've got it. I was totally tricked. This isn't something you could think up if your mind's all stiff and rigid. Seems like you finally hit on it. Hopefully, it actually is the right answer. It's impossible to cut the cheese with anything except the knife, right? The knife can only cut in a straight line, right? There aren't any other rules, right? Ooh, not really. Alright, then that's gotta be it. Phew, that was a tough one. Almost like a riddle. You just gotta get beyond cutting straight down from the top all the time. You make 2 cuts from the top to get 4 pieces. If you keep it like that and cut across the side, splitting it into the upper and lower halves, you get 4 times 4 times 2 equals 8 pieces. It's an answer you can't reach unless you think 3-dimensionally. In other words, Sumari, the correct answer is 3. Huh? Really? I thought the correct answer was 1. Whoa, what kind of magic did you use? There's no way in the world you can manage it with 1. Giggle. This isn't a riddle, it's just a normal math problem. Huh? Oh, really? I thought of the 3-cut method right away, but I figured that was too easy, so I tried to twist it too far. I've never, ever been more a character. Ever. In the history of everything. Fucking hell. Thank you. Reservation at Dorsia? Reservation at Dorsia? I think that's it for the resub. After it became clear you enjoyed the themes in Umineko, the house in Fata Morgana should have been the #1 VN rec in chat. And yet, these weebs are talking about fate. Never been more disappointed in fellow weebs in my life. I don't know y'all. Fata Morgana has been vetoed as the next VN. That's why. We have to have a couple before that one, apparently. For no reason at all. I think that's probably why. But you guys can have Weeb Civil War as they're calling in chat. Sure, go for it. Thank you very much. Reservation at Dorsia. Battler's answer is smaller than the one in the book. Is Battler right? Yes, he is. Battler-san is right. The correct answer is 1 slice. Battler was happy that someone had confirmed his answer. However, at some point, Erica's face had lost its cheeriness. To think that a human other than myself would give the answer 1, and that it be you of all people. Your answer was 1 too, Erica? I guess you were also thinking out of the box. After all, it would be truly foolish to simply assume you knew what shape it was after hearing that it was a piece of cheese. That's impossible. Oni-chan got it wrong, didn't he? How could you cut into 8? Didn't they say it was a wheel? Or is she absolutely right that it was yeah? How could you cut into 8 pieces with less than 3 slices? How foolish, child of man. Giggle, giggle. It says to cut it into 8 pieces, but nowhere does it say they have to be of equal size. It's still impossible. Do you cut it with something other than a knife? The rules say that only the knife can cut it, and that the knife can only cut in a straight line. However, to turn it around, the rules do not say anything besides that. In fact, the shape of the cheese is never specified. So if it's some weird already shaped cheese that has like 8 fucking diamonds in a row, and if you just cut down the fucking middle of it, then there's only a sliver left of cheese left that it just fucking just breaks apart or whatever afterwards. Like, yeah, you could totally fucking like do. I see. When you all heard a large piece of cheese, you thought of a flat cylinder like a camembert or something. I was thinking about sliced cheese, like the kind you might put on your toast for breakfast. Because, you know, full blocks of cheese you cut with a knife aren't something I come across that often. The shape of the cheese isn't specified in the rules, a mistake by the one who made the book. I imagine that there's a picture of a flat cylinder of cheese there in Maria-san's book. Ooh, there is, right here. Then that means that's the shape of the cheese that we're cutting! My cheese. As Erica had guessed, the book Maria held an illustration of a piece of cheese just like Erica had described it. With cheese of the shape, 3 slices really would be the correct answer. You could cut a plus pattern, cross pattern for the top to make 4 pieces, then cut it from the side to double that and make 8 pieces. However, since the illustration hadn't been shown, the interpretation of the cheese had been left to the answer. That's true, pretty true. That's right. At the moment the problem was stated, no one said anything about how the cheese was shaped or how flexible it was. Exactly. It seems that Battler-san was the more flexible one when it comes to both brains and cheese. I don't get it. How does making it sliced cheese let you cut it into 8 parts with a single knife slice? Why not try it with that paper napkin? Pretend it's sliced cheese. Okay. I have never in my life, ever, have I come across a cheese slice that has been so malleable that you could fold it and it wouldn't break. But I guess he also is like, you can't, just because it won't break when you do that, it means it's something that you can fold. Skill issue? Honestly, maybe it is a skill issue. Yeah, maybe, really. Yeah, most of the time the cheese slices have been like in the fridge for a bit and they're cold and they're a bit more brittle, right? If they've been sitting out, or maybe if they've been heated up a little bit, maybe you can fold them. I don't know. It said you can't break it. What is breaking if not? Objection, in order to fold the cheese, there would be micro fractures in the surface of the cheese. And as we know from our resident MD, soon to be, Fractures are the same as break. Therefore, it did break. It's like this. You fold it accordion style. How many times do you need to fold it to make 8 sections? 6 times. To fold it accordion style, you alternate between upward and downward folds. Once you've done this 6 times, it looks like the side of an accordion. With normal cheese, it'd break if you tried to fold it like this. But the rules say that this cheese can't break unless you use a knife, right? That's fucking bullshit! This is such bullshit! What are you talking about? Fuck off! Yes, no problems there. After all, this is magic cheese that can only be cut by a knife. After folding it, if you start at the top and make a cut right down the middle, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 7 cut. You're right. It would make 8 parts. Wait a second. The parts aren't all equal this way, right? Who cares? As the questioner said, all the questioner said was to cut into 8 pieces. They didn't say anything about them being equal. Well, if you change the way you fold it, it is possible to make them all equal sizes, but I wouldn't want to confuse you stiff-headed people with the explanation. Oh. For a while, everyone was stunned. Battler had reached a far better answer than the 3 by thinking of the problem as a riddle. Erica and... Oh yeah, this is... Sorry. This is Battler's game. He wanted to make him look smart. And this is what he thought of. The stupid fucking cheese cutting. Eric had already known both answers and had even spotted a mistake made by the book. The others could do... It's not a mistake by the book. It's not a mistake. The book provided a picture. If anything, it's Maria's fault for not specifying. The others could do nothing but stare at those two in surprise. Incredible. Man, you guys should get married. So we were the stiff-headed ones? What an utter defeat. We were thinking in 3 dimensions, but it looks like Battler-kun and Erica-chan were thinking in 1 dimension higher. Nice. It seems the game with the witch has toughened you up quite a lot. So did anyone also think it was Swiss cheese? It was because Swiss cheese has holes. Yeah, they didn't specify what kind of cheese. It could be a cheese that has holes in it. Yeah. They also didn't specify that it wasn't a cheese that came pre-cut with like dotted lines to follow that would make it just crumble apart into fucking like 8 fucking pieces at the end. It seems that the game with the witch has toughened you up quite a bit. Puzzles without specified rules. In other words, sumari, all things not covered by the red truth, are left to the observer's interpretation. It's the most basic of methods for constructing gaps in the witch's closed rooms. Okay. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Is that a quote for some novel? Well, let's call it that for now, shall we? Anyway, I guess this means that everyone's brains are as stiff as rock-hard cheese. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Without any signs of restraint, Erica looked at everyone and laughed sarcastically. Only Maria didn't notice the venom in that laugh as she happily turned to the next page. Oh, for fuck's sake, we're still ooh. Then on to the next problem. You have 3 cups and 6 coins. Split up the coins so that there's 1 coin in 1 cup, 2 coins in another cup, and 3 coins in the 3rd cup. Ooh. Wait a sec, that's easy. Just stick 1 coin in the 1st cup, 2 in the next one, and 3 in the last one, and you're done. However, can you do the same thing with only 5 coins? Ooh. Here's another cliche problem. Can you just put 1 cup inside the other cup? Don't tell me that you all need to waste... Here's another cliched problem. Don't tell me that all you need is... that you'll all need to waste several precious seconds on a problem like this. By now, Erica was gazing around with an unpleasant look, acting in a manner that was completely inappropriate both for a guest and for someone of her age. She was no longer a guest who would be staying until the storm passed. they were staying with her. She had transformed into an annoying guest who wouldn't leave until the storm passed. Everyone thought this, but they were unable to say it aloud. I so desperately want battlers have like anti-spider measures in this game. Oh, please, for the love of God, no. Just like she tries to do something and he's like, no, Red Truth, no. You will act like a fucking normal person, motherfucker. Sit the fuck down. No. Oh, all right. Speaking of problems with coins, I've heard that picking up coins is a good way of judging someone's skill with chopsticks. Shut the fuck up, George. Chopsticks? Yes, chopsticks, that's right. Chopsticks are the most elegant utensil on the planet. Oh, she's also a weeb? Poking things and chopping them up with forks and knives is so barbaric. Chopsticks are the best. For me, using chopsticks is truly an art. Jessica was about to say, aren't chopsticks just sticks? But stopped herself just in time. She realized that it'd be best to let George take control for now. I have a coin here, so would you like to challenge me? I'm pretty good at chopsticks. That's right, we trained George very well with those. Trained like a dog! Indeed, table manners are a window into one's upbringing, and Erika-san uses them quite well herself. I'll lend you some coins too. It'll probably be more fun with more of them. Jessica, watch closely and learn. Damn it. Alright, let's go. Let's see who can move the most coins over to their plate. Bring it on. Chopsticks, chopsticks, ha ha. This time, George had steered the conversation into a good direction. Everyone else understood, and they helped to egg on this chopstick fight and change the subject. They were fully aware by now that Erika was extremely proud of her intelligence, and apparently she had the bad habit of using that to look down on other people. She spun her chopsticks around with the deft hand of a juggler, staring at the coins scattered on the table like a dog who had been told to stay after having a meal placed in front of it. Also, thank you to Parkir and Honda for the resub. Thank you very much, Parkir and Honda. Thank you, Huli Gordo, for the bits. Nobody knew the answer, but then a student stood up and folded the cheese into 8, slicing them a single cut. Everyone clapped, including the teacher, and that student's name? Chodler Steinsgate. Thank you, Kever Clarung, for the bits as well. Slides next to you at the bar. So, you want to see what I can do with cheese? Ooh. Would it work? Would it work? I'm as flexible as a cheese slice. Oh, that might work. The unsettling sound of the wind had now blended in with the sound of rain, mimicking the howl of some monstrous beast. Just when it seemed to be crying out sadly, it would suddenly turn into a roar and rattle the window, striking up even more fear and unease within me. Light from the hallway poured in through the thin crack of the slightly open door, and it seemed to carry with it laughter that was warm and happy but very distant. I've had dreams that have stayed with me, and I've woken up into rooms like this where I feel like I've lost all sense of self, and I just can't get out because I'm really confused. I can't find the door. It's really unsettling. It's quite disturbing. I'm sure everyone's in the dining hall or somewhere having a good time. That's what this makes me think of. I want to go there as soon as I can. I'm sure my family will be there. I hate being all alone in a place like this. Dad, Mom, I stubbornly tried again and again to get that door open, but the merciless chain wouldn't let it open any further than that crack. On the contrary, feeling this close to a way out just made me more impatient. Gulping and trying to ignore the fear lurking behind me, I quietly closed the door. That light coming out of the crack is just a trap, an iron shackle, making it look like I'm an inch away from freedom. Though that door will never actually open, a shackle trapping me in here for all eternity. I need to get out of this creepy room as soon as possible. When I closed the door, all that filled the room were the eerie sounds of wind and rain. The way the wind picked up every now and then and shook the window frame felt like a monster in a cage shaking the bars. I was so scared of that monster, but I couldn't help but avert my gaze from the window. Gotta search. If I can't get out the door, I need to find another way out. Who is this POV? I don't think we know yet, but I think it's Battler. Just to the side of the door was a closet. There was only enough space inside to hang overcoats. Of course, it didn't connect to anywhere outside the room. If this were hide and seek, it'd probably be fun to hide in there. However, inside this creepy room, it'd be no better than stepping into my own coffin. If I go in there, maybe I'll find myself trapped in the closet next. This fear I didn't understand sent a massive shiver up my spine, and I closed the closet door in a hurry. There's one door left. Oh. When I opened it, there was the bath and the toilet. Oh, you drew the lavatory? A lavatory? That sucks for you. Of course, there was no exit. There weren't even any windows. If I turned the faucet, water would probably come out, then disappear down the drain and flow outside. But I couldn't get it out. But I couldn't get out that way. Unless I went into the bathtub with the stopper pulled out of the drain and smashed my flesh and bones to bits, I had the feeling that this was the only way out. So the black stopper in the bathtub drain looked extremely terrifying. You could flush Naomi's locker key down the toilet again. I tried a lot of things, both mentally and physically, but there really was no chance of me getting out through the bathroom. Next is the window. Beyond the window is a pitch black darkness. The fierce winds and rain are slamming against the glass. The darkness on the other side of the window may have been unsettling, but I didn't really care where I went as long as it got me out of this room. However, the window was clamped shut. Right down the middle of the window, which was made to swing open like a set of double doors, were several ugly metal clamps. It was even more unnerving than the chain on the door, like a rough operation scar on some bizarre monster. The wind and rain slammed against the window frame, shaking it and making it creak loudly. However, unlike the door, this wouldn't open even a crack. I've had enough. Give it a rest already. What the hell's going on with this room? I've had enough of this creepy room. Enough, 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 enough. It's impossible to go outside except with the door and windows. And compared to that thick door, the windows look like it might be possible to break. I'll smash it. If I swing a chair at it, the glass will probably break. I might even be able to smash the wooden grid that runs through these lattice windows. All I need to do is make a gap large enough to slip out of. I grabbed the fancy-looking antique chair and headed back to the window. Ah, smash it! Over and over. The glass smashed with a violent sound and the frame groaned and creaked. Smash it, over and over. If I can just break through the window grid. Damn it, what the hell? Even though the glass had been smashed apart, even though the cold rain that blew in tormented me, I just couldn't get that grid to break. They weren't iron bars, it was just a slender wooden mesh. Even though it's fragile, but not that fragile. The truest that's ever been used, enough to make that creaking sound. Why doesn't it break? No, wait, maybe it's almost broken. What if I try attacking it from a different angle instead of just smashing it head on? I stuck my left hand outside through the hole in the broken lattice window, grabbed the frame from the front with my right hand, and tried to break it by shaking it around from both sides. My left hand started to grow ice cold from the frigid winds and rain. Then when I shook it, fragments of glass sticking out from the broken flame poked into me, and my wrist was soon stained with blood. But if I can just get out of here, this much pain is no big deal. But I can't get out. I'm stuck. It won't open. I can't break it. The more violently I shook the frame, the more the glass fragments tore into my left wrist, causing me intense pain. Wait. What's... Huh? Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Before I realized it, the glass fragments on the frame had extended outwards. It was as though an ugly beast was trying to chew my hand off with glass teeth. It didn't just feel as though they were growing outwards. They were actually getting longer before my very eyes. Ah, and they're chewing my hand to bits. Is the window regenerating? I tried desperately to pull my hand out, but it had already dug deep into my wrist and I couldn't move it. Are we making a gale? I put all my strength into it, but it just hurt more and more, and the glass didn't even budge. What the hell? Damn it, let go, let go, let go! I hit the glass with my right fist over and over, but that just hurt my right fist and did nothing to release my other hand. Just then, my left hand, which was still exposed to the rain outside, brushed against something slimy. Oh, well, what? It couldn't have been a leaf blown about by the winds or anything like that. I mean, it felt just like the touch of someone's rain-soaked hand. Then, it closed tightly around my left hand. Waffles was upon? When I felt the 5 fingers, I knew that some person out in the darkness was touching my left hand. And, yes, I know who it is. It's the witch. The terrifying witch who rules over Rakenja's night. The 2 hands soaked in the freezing rain gently caressed my left hand. However, though I could tell what was happening by touch, I couldn't see anything out there in the darkness. Then, I felt about my fingers and twisted my ring finger upwards. Ow, 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 it's gonna break. Yeah! At that moment, I saw something in the darkness for the first time. It was white. The darkness grinned and bared its white teeth. Then, that mouth filled with eerie white teeth approached my finger that had been twisted up so far that it was about to break. It opened wide. It must have been laughing at me from the darkness. After all, that creepy mouth was twisting upwards in a huge grin. I had a horrible idea of what it might be trying to do to my finger. A shiver ran up my spine. I resisted as much as I could, but the fangs of glass just wouldn't release my left hand. And then, it gently bit my finger. Gently. Flesh and bone were crushed and torn apart in an instant. Crunch, rip, tear, squelch, splat. Did you hear something just now? I think I heard it too. It sounded like a clunk. It's probably just the wind hitting a window. This is a beat up old mansion after all. Yeah, it's pretty creepy. When I was a brat 6 years ago, I remember spending a lot of nights all scared that the witch really was walking around the mansion. Ooh, she exists! Beatrice exists! What's at the other end of this hallway? There are guest rooms there, but they aren't being used now. Yeah, after all, we have the guest house now. Until then, we would always stay in these guest rooms. Yeah, I remember too. When I saw the guest house today, I was surprised at how beautiful it was. Well, that's because it was just built. I wish I could move my own room over there. Shannon, Erica's... Really? This mansion rocks. What the fuck are you talking about? This mansion's cool as shit. Shannon, Erica-san's room is in the guest house too, right? Yes. We have prepared a room for her in the guest house. And since the guest house is a good distance away from the mansion, no matter what kind of trouble happens, you can't hear what's going on in one from the other. Are you still in detective mode? Sounds like you'll be all bummed when we all wake up tomorrow and manage to say good morning to each other. Giggle. True. At least one of us had better be gone by tomorrow morning, right? Allow me to guide you all to the guest house. Thank you, Janos for the bits. Let's go with Janus or Janus. Didn't expect the Gale cameo. I knew he was the Silver Wizard of Waterdeep, but I didn't know he was the Golden Witch of Rekenjaba. He's, you know, when he was resurrected, he went through some changes, for sure. The adults are apparently about to begin a conversation that they didn't want the kids to hear. The real family conference is about to start. As the kids and Erica followed Shannon on their way to the guest house, they passed through the entrance hall. Looks like it's pouring down at its hardest right now. Should we watch TV in the parlor until it dies down a bit? Mama said to go back to the guest house. We have to go or she'll get mad. Ooh. I think we'll be able to relax a lot more over there. Better than getting to see and hear our parents get all pissed at us. Giggle, giggle. Looks like everything's falling into place. All right, so this is another episode in a row where there wasn't a letter delivered via Maria early on in the first night. Was there any in the questions that were like that? I can't remember. Oh, was it 4? Was 4 like that? I can't remember now. Erica giggled, an openly indiscreet look on her face. I'll go get some umbrellas for everyone. Please wait here. Oh, wait a second. It's been bugging me for a while. Who's the woman in that portrait? Oh, here we go. Well, to be honest, I already know that it's Beato's portrait. Still, we only just walked past it in the last game, which is no fun. Erica whispered to herself, but of course no one heard her. This is the master's benefactor, Beatrice-sama. They say she gave grandfather a vast quantity of gold, meaning that she's thanked for the Ushirimiya family's revival. Wait, she did what? She's just a witch of grandfather's delusions. Supposedly her ghost walks the corridors of the mansion every night. Hey, quit it. That story always freaked me out when I was little, and it always made this mansion feel terrifying after night fell. Oh right, it's true. What about now, 6 years later? I'd totally forgotten, but looking at this portrait head-on, applied directly to the forehead, I can feel that old fear coming back a bit. Ooh, Beatrice isn't scary, at least as long as you respect her. If you don't, right, Shannon? Yeah, that rumor does exist among the servants as well. Rumors about servants patrolling that night bumping into mysterious silhouettes or gold butterflies. Yeah, was it last year or the year before? Didn't one servant fall down some stairs and get so badly injured that they quit? Wasn't there a rumor that it was Beatrice's curse? Jessica told it like a ghost story, trying to scare Erica, but Erica just laughed disdainfully. Come on, that's creepy. It was probably just an accident, right? Just a coincidence. It happened just after grandfather had this portrait hung here, so it was probably the year before last. In fact, if I remember, this here is the staircase that servant fell down, right? Yep. After all, this insanely huge portrait really stands out. Shortly after it was put up, everyone was talking about what it might be. And then, when the accident happened shortly afterwards, people started calling it Beatrice's curse. So these ghost stories about Beatrice started after the portrait was put on display? No, rumors about Beatrice-sama's ghost walking about were around even before that. However, I do think those stories grew in number after the portrait was put there. Before then, even though they had heard about the witch, Beatrice, they didn't have an actual distinct picture in their heads of what she'd be like. I imagine that this portrait made that picture distinct for them, strengthening the rumors even more. So, who started talking about this Beatrice witch in the first place? Grandfather. He'd always start freaking out and yelling, "My beloved witch!" Good joke. My beloved witch, Beatrice! Though until we saw that portrait, we had no idea what she looked like. It's no surprise that you get one or two ghost stories with a creepy portrait like this hanging around. You always find ghost stories cropping up around things like a portrait of Beethoven in the music room or the statue of the school founder. True. Play it again? Alright. Where is it? True, it wouldn't be strange for a few ghost stories to arise in an old, gloomy mansion with the sound of wind and rain present in the background for so long. Well, it's nothing more than a ghost story or a delusion, a fairy tale, worth less than the useless drivel of a half-sleeping nitwit. Erica looked up at the portrait and smiled at it hostilely, as though she felt that the smile was disrespectful to Beato. Maria's face soured. Ooh, Beatrice exists. If you say things like that, you'll definitely feel the curse of the witch. Oh, how frightening. Please, curse me if you can, Beatrice. Giggle, giggle. So, if you find you mysteriously dead next morning, we'll know it's the curtain raising on a witch's murder case? But you're a detective, right? Wouldn't killing the detective off in the beginning be a bit too radical? Hey, there's no Knox rule against it! That would be troubling. That would get in the way of the crime scene inspection. You don't do those! I see, after all, even the Knox rules don't prohibit the detective being... Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fuck you. I have just what you need. It's a charm that'll protect you from Beatrice's curse. A charm? You have a charm for something like that? After fishing around in her bag, Maria pulled out a string of beads attached to a medal that had a scorpion drawn on it. It looked like a cheap prize from an arcade or something. What are these? Ooh, they're magic repelling charms. Their effect is very weak, but if you use them, you'll definitely be able to avoid Beatrice's curse all night long. Man, so what I'm learning from this is Battler likes episode 1 the most. I've heard that spider webs are also useful for repelling magic. Yeah, what the fuck was that about? Ooh, that's probably because Beato is the incarnation of a butterfly. Huh? Wasn't it the evil spirits of Akujikishima that were weak against that? Kurosawa-san knows a lot more about that sort of thing. Witches and evil spirits? This is getting a bit interesting. Would you mind telling me about it in a bit more detail when we get to the guest house? Here are our umbrellas for everyone. It's still raining very hard outside, so please take care. Shannon handed out the umbrellas she had brought. Everyone headed toward the exit. And then, when there were none left standing in front of the portrait, a gold butterfly appeared. It expanded out into a golden splash, becoming a human form. In the hall, empty now that the children had left, Beato stood alone and silent, looking up at her own portrait. I'm that hot? Without a doubt, the figure depicted there was like her as an image in a mirror. Was as like her as an image in a mirror. Okay, sorry, my bad. However, it felt as though its eyes and expression were just a little different from hers. From her perspective, while the person in his portrait was almost infinitely close to herself, it was just as surely a different person entirely. Who are you? Please tell me what kind of person you are. Yato had already finished reading the fragments from Featherine's library, which showed the tales of all the games so far. Wow, that was fast. However, the witch called Beatrice, who had been depicted in them, had been so vastly different from her. At the very end, it had looked as though that witch and Battler had connected just a little bit as rivals, but for the most part, Beatrice had just bullied and bullied Battler in nearly all of the tales. Even though this was about her, she had no idea why Beatrice had tormented Battler. Oh, wow, so she doesn't get it. Oh, shit. Huh. She had no idea why Beatrice had tormented Battler so much when she had supposedly been born for Battler's sake. All she had learned from Featherine's library, well, just reread it, was that the former Beato was a completely different person who defied understanding. What happened to you? I am an egg of you, a chick. Your wings should have existed for father's sake. Just when did you have one of those torn off and end up so drastically different? One wing. She had listened to the conversation Battler and the others had just been having. Beatrice can't handle scorpion charms. Beatrice can't deal with spider webs. She wouldn't have wanted to touch either of those by choice, but it wasn't as though anything terrible would happen if she did. Was being perfectly fine when around those proof that she wasn't Beatrice? Even though this involved her own self, she didn't understand it all. So she quietly gazed into her own eyes on the portrait. It felt as though the truth hid behind those eyes. Beato slowly approached the portrait, and then she lightly touched it. Ba, 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 ba. Let's go. When she did, it felt as though the portrait rippled slightly. Yep, yes, this is a doorway. A doorway to the long path that will lead her to the Golden Witch Beatrice. Beato felt a bit dizzy. She lost her balance, feeling as though the world was twisting around her. Then, when she couldn't tell which way was up or down, she was swallowed downwards. Plunk. With a soft, watery sound, Beato was sucked into the portrait. Oh, water level? I actually like the water levels. Joe has two tapeworms in his head. One of them is Erica, and the other one is Battler, and they are trying to kill each other. You mean tadpoles? The world inside the portrait was pitch black. However, there was nothing unsettling about it. It was a comfortable darkness, like when you put your head under the covers in bed at night. Beato realized this was a world inside herself. So, despite the darkness, she felt a warm embrace. As long as she asked for nothing, this world would ask nothing of her. But she couldn't remain like this. She didn't want to spend eternity inside the darkness of this world. Yes, I need to hatch out of my egg. This darkness is the shell surrounding the gold butterfly called Beatrice. I will be born for father's sake. I will be born to live for father's sake and to serve him. Sake. She took her goal, her reason for being born, and put it into words. As if in response to those words, the seal on the shell began to melt away. Cracks appeared in the darkness, and a brilliant light enveloped the world. And then Battler looked around and said, "Look, in my story, I wrote her that she came back, so it'll work now, right?" Apologies, Master. You're not Alan fucking Wake. It doesn't work that way, but it was an impressive story. Oh, shit. And so, Beatrice was born. Huh? Oh? There I stood, along with another me. For a second, I thought that the me in front of me was the real Beatrice, the one I wanted to be more like. However, she was looking back at me with the same bewildered eyes, so I realized that wasn't quite it. That's right. I wasn't the only one born from that egg. She was also born. Is she my twin? No, it feels a bit different. How can I put it? Both of us are lacking something and immature. Yes, both of us are chicks. Okay, so I'm guessing that this is a translation issue, but we are also fragments of the true Beatrice. It felt as though we could become the real Beatrice together. No one explained this to us. However, we naturally understood. I decided to talk to this other me. Unless I get to know her and become one with her, I won't be able to become the Beatrice father desires. In other words, Sumari, the thing that father wants from me and was so heartbroken to find missing, must be something that she has. Hello? Konnichiwa? The Beatrice with her hair down looked at me dubiously several times, then finally spoke. Why is your face the same as my own? The true Beatrice also spoke in that manner. It looks like she really does have something that I lack. Well, I don't know why either. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And you are? I am also Beatrice. I was born for the purpose of serving Ushimiya Battler. I am the Golden Witch and the ruler of Rekenjiba's Night. I know of Ushimiya Battler, but I have trouble imagining why I should have to serve a brat like him. I realized that the thought I'd had a second ago must have been true. Together, we really can become the true Beatrice. Though the person in front of me does have the part that makes her a witch, which I lack, she does not possess the mission to live for Ushimiya Battler's sake. She has what I do not, and I'm sure I have something she does not. We must be two, and yet one single person. I think we're something like twins. No, that is not so. You are my little sister. I have been here since long before you were born. Huh? Is that so? Whoa. I was born later. So does that mean the mission to live for Ushimiya Battler's sake was born later on? However, I don't think my whole existence is something quite as faint and intangible as a mission. I have enough of a personality to think and act as I'm doing now. So the Witch Beato and I are separate people, with both of us possessing something that the other lacks. In that sense, maybe it's fitting for us to call ourselves sisters, as she says. I want to know about you. I also wish to know. I understand that you are also me. Why is it that you speak that way, and why must you serve Battler? Until we grow to understand this, it seems both of us will remain immature. I want to become a complete Beatrice. Until you were born, I was complete. However, now that you have appeared, I believe that accepting you is my fate. I also wish to know about you. The Witch Beato's tone was very slightly arrogant, which fitted her self-proclaimed status as the older sister. However, since we both realized that we were the same person, there was no need for her to be a bully. She probably realized that, after meeting me, her current form was no longer her real self. Where are we? Is this the hall of the mansion? Oh. Beato gasped. Her portrait wasn't there. Did that mean that this was at least 2 years in the past? Precisely. This is the hall of the Ushimiya mansion. What are we doing? The night is my time, and the nighttime mansion is mine as well. That fool Kinzo is still so desperate to catch me or revive me. How truly ironic. Here I am, openly ruling the mansion every night. Cackle, cackle. So, what do you do here? I mostly just walk around and, like, you just open windows and rattle some doors, and then, you know, when the servants wake up, they have to do some shit. Mwah! Behold my evilness. One time I was bold enough to make one trip down the stairs. Oh, I haven't done that. I have lost my body, and due to the effects of that hateful shrine, I have no magical energy. However, my power is reviving bit by bit every day. I can't wait to eventually undergo a spectacular resurrection and have a good laugh at Kinzo. I can't wait to tell him that I've succeeded in escaping from his cage. Simply put, I'm a ghost killing time by wandering about at night after night, with nothing to look forward to besides teaching that old man a lesson. May I join you? Of course. After all, you are a part of me. How could the left hand refuse the company of the right? Whoa. Bringing this up in front of Gale? Why should I refuse? I should be pleased to have you, my little sister, the new Beatrice. Thank you very much. One-sama. Somewhat embarrassing name, but it is not bad. Come, let us go. Let us take a walk through the nighttime mansion. Cackle, cackle. Let me introduce you to my boring everyday life. Every night life. And is this how you do it? Yes, rattle the window as hard as you can. My god. The disturbance. You're a natural at this. Thank you very much, One-sama. The two Beatrice changed their forms into two gold butterflies, flitting silently into the depths of the shadowy mansion. Now for the true test. Turn all the lights off in this hallway. Whoa. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The source of magic. Alright, is Mel still here? How long do we have left reading? And is this a good time to take a quick break and then we come back and finish? Or what? Oh, Mouse is here. Okay, good. Hey, Mouse. How's it going? If this scene is like 30 minutes long, we can go a little longer. Good time to take a break. You can keep going 1 to 2 chapters. They're both a little under an hour. Okay, a little under an hour. Okay, that should be enough time. I have to go a little bit before 7, or at least right on 7 today. Okay, all right. Let's take a short break, and then we'll just continue until the end when we come back. I mostly like to pour industrial grade oil onto each of the windowsills in case someone tries to climb them. And you know what? That industrial grade oil is also has a warranty that it would last on any surface, even if in a typhoon or anything like that. And it was also made in the 1960s, so it's been established and it's been around for a while, and it would last on there for at least 10 years. Knowingly turns to the screen, glares at the landlord. I have established now a preemptive rule that fucking spider era can no longer climb all over the windows, and it was a substance that was made 20 fucking years before the thing, and it was also established with all the rules, and it was a clue that. Anyway, we're back. I don't hear it at all. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. It doesn't sound like someone messily eating egg salad sandwiches at all. It just sounds like rain. What are you doing? Imagine missing a cheese. So true. So true. Well, you also can't hear the difference between an 8 and a 30-year-old, so what the fuck does that mean? But like, imagine 100 of them, like 200 yards away. Still mad at episode 4. Whoa. Joe, if you had to be in a long car ride with either Lambda or Burn, who would you choose? Probably Lamb. Like, Lambda seems bored and desperately trying to entertain herself, and does have like a mean evil streak, but Burn is like legitimately, genuinely evil. So I feel like in terms of like a safety thing, I think I have a better chance of surviving that car ride with Lambda than I do with Burn. Really? Oh yeah, really, yeah. Which is weird because at the beginning it presented that Lambda was the more unhinged one. But I don't really think she's unhinged. I just think like she's like a bit unpredictable, but within some amount of like moral limits. Like she'll let things go if they entertain her and anything like that. And I don't think she's vindictive either. But like maybe she is, and I'm misjudging her, or I've forgotten the part where she's vindictive. But like Burn Castle is like legitimately like genuinely deep evil. Like it really comes down to it. Erica is nothing compared to Burn Castle. For like honestly, like Erica has a morsel, a crumb of the evilness that is Burn Castle. Burn Castle's bad fucking news. Lambda would play I Spy with you. Yeah, and probably get angry when you're bad at it. If you spin the chessboard around, witches aren't real, so these are just some kids you can beat up in your own will. So which do you choose? I think that witches are real. I don't think all witches are real, but I think witches are real. Anyway, let's continue. I think we're only going to be doing one more scene. Let's see how it goes. Back then I was, and I guess I still am, a bit of a klutz. I always forgot where I put things, or think I'd locked something up when I'd actually forgotten. I caused a lot of trouble. I remember how Natsuya used to get mad at you all the time. Has the proposal already happened? But eventually, Shannon managed to overcome all that forgetfulness. Oh, and how'd you do that? I made up another person that just cleans up after me. It wasn't anything big, but I got into the habit of writing things down. I'd write down wherever I put something important. For things that happened often, I made a checklist and always made sure to check it. So, did you see Beatrice or didn't you? Oh, I didn't see her directly, but, well, some very strange things did happen. She was talking about a certain summer night. Shannon had been doing the nightly rounds. From her perspective, it was a ghost story. From the witch's perspective, it was just the story of a little summer's night prank. From Erica's perspective, a waste of fucking time. Oh, fucking hell. Stop doing that. Little sister, do you understand the anti-magic toxin that humans possess? Is it bad for your eyes to go through that? Or can your eyes can just tank that? Is it fine? Probably not. I guess it depends on how dark the room is when you suddenly have a bright light shined on you. No. What is it, One-sama? Well, The time of witches is long since past. Those vile humans who claim to rule over everything came to deny our existence and possess a powerful toxin. Is that toxin harmful to us? It is extremely dangerous. If we were exposed to it, our forms would probably evaporate in an instant. However, one thing we do have in our favor is the fact that our existence is still extremely weak. Because of that, the toxin does not affect us greatly. At worst, it can only transform us into mist for a time. However, we'd rather avoid it if we can, right? Correct. Yes, I see that you are indeed me. You catch on quickly. The older sister appeared to be haughty at first, but perhaps because she was so happy to have met her double and little sister, she was more than willing to teach her anything she wanted to know. Great. All right. Awesome. So in Battler's story, he duplicated his wife. Okay, great. Awesome. Good job, Battler. He's the same old Battler still. The first thing she taught us was that they were witches, a different type of being than humans. Beato had thought her inability to use magic meant she wasn't a witch, but apparently she was still a witch nonetheless. And she learned that witches like her were bound by various limitations, unlike humans. The greatest of those restrictions was the anti-magic toxin possessed by humans. So, in other words, Sumari, did I say it right? We mustn't enter a human's field of vision. Correct. And also you did say it right. You can think of it as though human eyes radiate the toxin. If they see you, it is the same as your body being burnt. And though the effect is weaker, being heard or sensed can also result in contact with the toxin. So even just getting close to humans is dangerous to us. Wasn't Father a human? Why am I not burnt by Father's toxin? If we stock up magical power and have it acknowledged by humans, that toxin can be reduced drastically. In other words, Sumari, by having our existence acknowledged by humans, we make them lose their toxin, making it possible for us to appear before them once more. I see. Simply put, as we are now, we can only exist when humans aren't around. We are still very lacking in magical power, which makes us inferior to even a stray cat hiding from humans in the shadows. Also, you could have said Sumari there instead of simply put. The main goal of the older sister was to gain a large supply of magical power and be revived as a great witch strong enough to have no fear of the anti-magic toxin. For that purpose, she had wandered around the mansion night after night, striving to regain her magical power and reduce the anti-magic power of the humans. The powerful previous Beatrice, whom she had read about in Featherine's library, had appeared openly in front of humans and had even toyed with them at will. According to her big sister, such a level of power was most impressive. To think that a witch could appear openly before humans and use magic at will. A witch like that would be so great that even I can hardly imagine it. Is that what we will eventually become? Yes. She was like a witch from a picture book, appearing openly before the humans of the mansion and summoning magic and underlings at will. How inspiring. If that is our future, it means that all of our hard work will have been worth the effort. That's right. Anyway, Onisama, how is that goal connected to going around and locking windows like this? It was the middle of the night. They were falling behind servants who were checking the locks on the doors and windows and undoing those locks after the servants thought they'd been... I'm laughing, but it actually makes sense because it's like she has little power, but like manipulating the world and like that keeps the spirit and idea alive. And the more people that are like, oh my god, the fucking witch was at it again, fucking doing some prank, the more people believe in her, the stronger she gets, the more she can do next time. Like, it's like playing an incremental game. Oh, incremental mansion haunting game? Oh, that would be good, yeah. It felt more like a child's prank than the work of a witch. This is the path that leads to becoming a great witch. All journeys begin with a single step. To those who could not understand, that first step may look quite foolish from time to time. However, it is still a momentous first step. With pride, as though making the first step for mankind on the surface of the moon. Kraus smiling in the chat. The older sister undid the lock on a window with a click. Whoa! Do you not understand, little sister? Can you not see why a little thing like this is so momentous? No, Onisama, I don't really understand. The older sister closed her eyes lightly, smiled, and opened the unlocked window with a crack. Cool outside air flowed in, making the curtains flutter. Let us put it in the toxin-filled words of a human. We are not supposed to exist on this island. I shall go further. Right now, there is no one in this corridor, and yet the lock has been undone, and the window has opened. Can you see how a great miracle, a work of magic, a proof of our existence that is? Even you should understand the coolness of this breeze. I do understand. It's nice and cool. The coolness, the softness of the breeze, and the feel of the fluttering curtain touching your hair. All of these things show that we truly are here. So, by unlocking the window like this, we can leave behind proof that we really did exist. And that is why I unlocked it. Of course, it wasn't just small pranks like opening a window. She could also smash windows or vases or leave behind strange fires and mysterious scribbles. In fact, one time she actually did play a large-scale prank in the kitchen, piling up kitchenware with an eerie manner and leaving behind a bizarre scribble which scared the servants considerably. I love the recontextualization of like stupid ghost bullshit as the ghost's first steps of like gaining ground and like, oh, as you believe in me, the stronger I get. It's really good. I really like it. It's very funny. In like a good way, like humorous, funny, like it makes sense. I really like it. It was a complete success. She'd really managed to scare the servants and had succeeded in making them acknowledge the existence of magic, weakening the anti-magic toxin. However, she usually chose to make her presence known by unlocking windows. The act of unlocking symbolized her release from the limitations imposed by the human's toxin. One day, we will become a single witch and rule over all of Rekenjima. When that time comes, we will gain complete freedom and will be capable of stretching our wings as we please. Wings. Interesting. We won't have to be afraid of anyone's gaze anymore. We'll be able to fly wherever we wish, disappear whenever we want, laugh however we like, prank however we like, talk with anyone we want to. Humans might ask things of us from time to time. They might fight with us or play with us too. What wonderful things for us frail creatures who cannot appear before anyone to look forward to. Right now, they are little more than pranks. However, as they pile up, proof that we exist will begin to gather. The servants already call me the witch, Beatrice, master of the night, and are beginning to believe in me bit by bit. The more they believe, the more those humans will lose their anti-magic toxin. I see. So this means that Father has no anti-magic toxin, and that because he truly believes in the existence of the witch I am, without any doubts, Beatrix 2.0, I finally realized that, though I thought him to be cold, Father does possess a kindness that can't be seen. I'd like to become a great witch and appear in front of everyone soon. Indeed, eventually we will be able to appear openly in front of anyone. By doing that repeatedly, we shall make people believe in us even more, and eventually we shall display even our magic for all to see. At that time, we shall descend upon Rekenjima as the great witch you told me of. Ah! The logic of the witch side is quite interesting. It keeps me entertained. It does sound credible in a way. When humans are frightened to hear that they've entered a ghost hotspot, they're likely to start yelling, "Ghost! Ghost!" at the drop of a hat. It's true, actually. That's right. At a fundamental level, all phenomena are neutral, indifferent, and dull. If you want them to be viewed in a certain way, you must first create a suitable environment. All the ghosts in your house wait for the horror movie to be done to finally come and get you. They just sit around lazily just waiting, and then suddenly, oh, tense and scared of the movie that he watched. Go, 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 go. If a person has charisma, people will interpret what they do in a positive way, even when they screw up. I see. I guess in that sense, the Beato's small efforts aren't misguided. If it was just the mansion's locks being undone, everything could be resolved by saying that someone forgot to lock up or there was some kind of prank. However, the rumors of a witch wandering about the mansion night after night slowly began to take shape as the existence of the witch. An environment was established so that if anything strange happened in the mansion at night, it would all be viewed as the work of the witch. I get it. If you follow that reasoning to an extreme, then what you get is no different from a witch existing in the mansion at night. After the Beatos finished their mischief of unlocking and opening the window, they enjoyed the coolness of the wind and the brightness of the moon, then became gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. There was no way of knowing whether the window they had opened had actually been opened by them. The servants might have forgotten to lock up, or one of the family might have opened it after the servants had locked up and forgotten to shut it again, or maybe someone had played a prank. In the same way that none of those possibilities could be denied, it was also impossible to deny the possibility that a witch really had opened a window to enjoy the night breeze. A result without an observer can possess an endless number of ways in which it might have occurred. Humans who can't grasp anything more than a single possibility are unable to imagine anything. However, people who believe in the possibility of a witch can imagine that it was a witch's prank. When that happens, the scene of the Beatrice's prank that we have just seen is etched into the fragments as a fact. How is Beato formed? How is Beato formed? How witch get magic? They need to do away insane detective. Who killed their magic because these beatos can't fit back? It was on the news this morning. Erica in awe who had killed her beato. They are taking the beato back to Rekenjima, to Lady to rest. My pariah with the battler who lost his beato. I am truly sorry for your lots. Thank you, Damek. However, people who believe I read this tonight as a fact. If you don't know what I did, just Google how is Babby formed. That's one of the foundations of magic, embellishing the process. With just a little magic, even a mass-produced stuffed animal can be reborn as a wonderful, unique stuffed animal filled with a mother's love. If you doubt it, it'll be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. If you believe it, that magic will become the truth. Not all magic is bad. Maria Oni-chan was right. Good magic exists too. It may be necessary for a child of man to possess the power to repel evil magic. However, refusing to burn away and defile love-filled magic is part of how love in the human world works. Well, good magic is the only kind I can forgive. For all other kinds, the best remedy is to deny them and burn them away. So I don't know how many different kinds of magic there are going to be at the end of this, but there's definitely magic as like a coping mechanism. There's also magic in just the general like magical thinking that everyone does, even if they don't admit it. There's also like magic in thinking the best of someone or having the best intentions. Then there's like actual literal magic, which I don't know how that plays into it at all. And love also, like love without love it can't be seen as a different way too. There's also like an interpretation, or sometimes it feels like it's kind of saying that some amount of magical thinking is only human, and if you don't have it, like are you human? You're just like Erica at that point. Although Erica has some magical thinking too, so maybe not. I don't know. Is it magical thinking also attributing events to miracles? Yeah, it's also seeing patterns that aren't there or making them yourself. That's under the general umbrella of magical thinking. Magical thinking is very common. I really do truly believe that everyone does it to some extent. Even to some people who steadfastly say like, no, I don't. I'm completely rational, completely logical. I think there is some amount of magical thinking that you do, maybe if you don't even realize it. I would be really shocked if there wasn't even just a little crumb somewhere about that. I think it's only human. I don't know how explicit the VN is going to be in differentiating those different kinds, or if it is going to at all. Would you say that magical thinking is also misremembering something that happened? Like assuming that someone felt something the same way, like assuming that your childhood went a certain way, remembering that, you know, this is the events that made who I am, but really it happened a different way in actuality. Ties into like our memory is all fallible. Like every single time you access a memory, it's a little different in your mind until like when you get to as old as I am, you kind of have an existential crisis every single time that you think back to how your childhood was, because you're probably not even remembering it properly. But those events made you who you were. So how does that work? That's copium? Maybe. A typical answer for a child of man. Getting back to the point, knowing this much, I guess this means that the ghost Beatrice, who is called the ruler of Rekenjima's night, doesn't really exist. It's nothing more than a general term for any inexplicable occurrences that take place in the mansion after dark. In other words, Mari, Beatrice isn't the name of a person, it's the name of a phenomenon. If anything bizarre happens, it all becomes the work of the Golden Witch. That environment in which a witch could exist is what Beatrice is. Which witch? That keeps building on itself until we reach 1986. This is the veil that the true culprit is hiding behind. And the person hiding behind it is, without a doubt, a human. And it could be me, because I was 1 year old. Perhaps that holds true at this point in the witch's tale of the past. However, I doubt you can use that argument alone to fight all the way through 1986, don't you? Ridiculous. Wasn't that obviously because someone forgot to lock up? Well, you may say that, but this isn't just something that happened once or twice. Because I did it way more times than someone did it. In other words, Samari, you're a klutz, a fool, and a moron of a servant who forgot to check not just once or twice, but many times over. Shannon isn't the only one. That same window was always opened, even when other servants did the rounds. Yeah, Mom even asked me if I'd ever left the window open in the hall at night. I had absolutely nothing to do with it, but she still got pissed. Sheesh. I'm sure Beatrice wanted to gaze at the moon. Ooh. It is a bit creepy to have that happen over and over at the same window. And that time when the kitchenware was piled up in the kitchen with a creepy magic circle scribbled there sounds even more freaky. Yes, they said it was an eerie magic circle drawn with something like blood. Ever since then, people have been scared to patrol the kitchen. About the case of the eerie magic circle in the kitchen. Who witnessed that? Are you gonna go in and look at the magic circle but not look at the broken dishes? You fucking idiot. Sorry, I'm cool. I'm so cool. I'm so over it. Episode 5 was so good. Well, it wasn't me. I think I heard about it from a servant kid who quit. I wasn't on duty that day. So it's basically like this. Just like those exaggerated stories you hear about haunted locations all over the world, you servants like to have a little fun telling ghost stories about the nighttime mansion, right? You talk as though the witch exists and infect others with that belief. So all of the eerie things that are supposedly done by Beatrice are baseless rumors, which are either the result of coincidence or an accident or something that someone fabricated for fun. Is that what you're trying to say? Exactly. Of course, there's no way Beatrice exists. Ooh, Beatrice exists. I'm glad you understand so well, Battle-san. There's probably some person by that name, or else multiple persons of a fixed or unfixed number, who do things and attribute it to that name. However, this delusion of a golden witch Beatrice that we're all thinking of is completely impossible. Ooh, 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 Beatrice exists. I've met her. Oh, could you tell me about that in detail? You met Beatrice? And did she show you magic or something? Ooh, I see her all the time. Every time I come to Rikenjima, and she always shows me fun magic. Denying the existence of the witch would always have the immediate effect of infuriating Maria. However, Erica, who didn't know this trick to avoiding Maria's fury, plunged into it head on. But no matter how Maria tried to sell the idea of Beatrice's existence, she stood no chance of defeating the ruthlessly intelligent Erica in an argument. George and Jessica hardly tried to calm Maria down, but there could be no quelling her anger at this point. Good. So, she shows you magic? Could you explain in detail what kind of magic? She would always use magic to give me candy as a present. Beato can create candy with magic. Are you sure she didn't just take it out of her pocket? No, she didn't. It was magic. It was incredible. Tons of candies poured out of an empty cup. Wow, that's some awesome magic. That's right, that really would be magic. Yeah, it was magic. It really was empty. I checked inside it myself. What do you mean you checked inside it? Give it a rest, Erica-san. She's just a kid. Come to think of it, Erica-sama, would you like some more tea? Yeah! No, thank you. I'm having a seriously intellectual discussion over here. Oh, you outsiders can stay out of this. You have to tell me in more detail, Maria-san. What do you mean when you say that you checked inside it? It's me talking to chat. Fortunately... Sorry. Fortunately, we have right here with us a teacup that's just been overturned and emptied. Come on, be my guest and reenact what happened then, okay? Let's see it, if you would. Let's see it. After holding the cup of black tea, which she had just overturned that was still dripping, upside down and over the table, Erica slammed it down hard and slid it over to Maria. Erica's eyes glowed repulsively like those of a snake about to snap up a frog. That hurts. Oh yeah, I'm making fun of myself! And did you think Erica's the hero in this scene? This is stupid. She needs to back down. Those eyes were ice cold and had madness in them and that made one want to avert their gaze. On the other hand, Maria was glaring furiously, her whole body shaking uncontrollably in the greatest expression of anger that a human can manage. Wow. The look on her face was frightening, not at all what you expect from a 9-year-old girl. Stop it, both of you. Ooh. Okay. You just took the empty cup, and then she did this. She put it upside down on the table. Yeah. And then what? Did she lift it up right away and candy slowed out? Incredible. That really would be magic, right? It would be. Gatler and the others tried to get between the two and calm them down, but it was of no use. They violently pushed aside the others, and glaring at each other from from so close that their foreheads banged together. They repeatedly slammed the upside-down cup on the table. The sound of their foreheads banging together and the cup being slapped down shattered the barrier between reality and illusion. What do you mean? Oh. What are we doing? It is magic, it is magic. Beato used magic to make candies appear. And then why don't you reproduce it for us? Founder of Mariage Sorcière Maria, the Witch of Origins. Lady Erica, this opponent is not worth your time. Here's Mouse. This battle is not worth fighting. Shut up, murder doll. Okay, how do you claim that the overturned cup was filled with candies? Just turning the cup over won't make candies come out. Because you have to use magic. Beato can use magic because she's a witch. Oh yes, magic she used. Oh whoa, big Erica. She used magic. How did she use magic? Did she swing a magic wand and tap the cup to make candies pour out? Giggle. No, that can't be it, right? Beato is a witch, so she uses magic. Magic happens when you say an incantation and cause a miracle. You can't use the magic that makes candy unless you say the incantation. Oh sure, understood. Good. Good. Very good. Let's see this incantation. Let's see this magic. Come on, what kind of incantation would a witch use? What kind? Come, try and picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candies. Try and picture such a wonder. Oh, and then what? Look, inside the cup is filled with candy. Mia grasped the overturned cup so tightly that it nearly cracked, and slowly lifted it up. Then, from the inside, several cute candies poured out. Maria looked at Erica with a full smile as if to say, that showed you. Good. Delana are watching Erica argue with the 9-year-old, knowing she will have to submit a 400-page report on this to the Inquisition due by this evening before she clocks out. Die the death! And so, and is this what you like to call Beatrice's magic, is it? Delano! Beat her to death. Oh, shit! As you wish. I won't let anyone deny Beato's magic, because magic is magic. Magic is impossible. You might be telling a lie about something that never happened. Repetition demanded. Failure to respond will be a violation of Nox's 7th. What's that one again? Ha, I'll respond. This is the truth. This is the story of something that really happened. This wouldn't have anything to do with a trick in the actual cup or table, making this just a sleight of hand, right? That would be against the rules, wouldn't it? Hidden devices and tricks are in violation of Nox's 3rd. However, if and only if foreshadowing has been presented, these are permitted by Nox's 8th. Nox's 3rd prohibits hidden doors and devices that have no clues pointing towards them. However, by presenting foreshadowing and clues that point toward the existence of said devices, Nox's 8th allows them to be used. Oh man, Ryukishi got a lot of feedback about episode 5, huh? Alright. That's an important addendum. Okay, yep, alright. Fuck me. Alright, there were no tricks like that. It was just an ordinary table and an ordinary cup. So it was magic, not sleight of hand. Understood. By Nox's 9th, we acknowledge that Lady Maria witnessed magic. That's right. With the 9th at least, observers are always allowed to speak their personal opinions. Otherwise, mysteries where the culprit is seen dressed up as a woman and it's written, I saw a woman, would all be disqualified. Sure, that's fine. Claim that you saw magic all you want. All truths are nothing more than claims. So I'll make a different claim and see straight through yours to the truth. That's the detective's duty and where we shine the most. There's nothing to see through. This is magic. Since it is magic, only witches can use it, right? That's right, only witches can use it. So if a human like me could use it too, that would mean it isn't magic, right? You can't use it. Only Beato can use magic. Good. Then why don't I show you? I'll make candy appear from out of this empty cup. If you think you can, just try. Impossible, impossible, useless, useless. There's no way a human can do it. My god, that expression on Erica's face. Then please, please, please just relax and watch. Here we have an empty cup. Is that okay? It is, isn't it? Then we turn it over on the table like this. Let it be known that this fight has no purpose. Okay, can you say the incantation for creating candies? In fact, why don't we say it together? Come on, come, try and picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candy. Try and picture such a wonder. Maria-san, why did you close your eyes when you said the incantation? Why not witness the miracle of magic? Humans are polluted by the anti-magic toxin. If a lowly human saw it, the miracle of magic would be wiped out of existence. That's why the rules say that lowly humans have to close their eyes when using magic. I see, I see. Okay, I understand the protocol for humans to follow when magic's being used. In other words, Sumari, not once have you ever witnessed the moment that magic happened. Isn't that right? Look, it's done now. Please, try and lift up the cup, okay? After all, I've used magic to make candies appear. There's no way someone who makes fun of witches could use candy magic. Then, if it actually does work, it'd be pretty amazing, huh? After glaring at Erica with the utmost of malice, Maria slowly stretched her hand out toward the overturned cup. There was no way that Erica, someone who made fun of witches like this, could ever use magic. There was no way that there'd be candy there. So, how's it look inside? No candy. And there lay a single candy with a cute wrapper. See? This is magic, right? Erica smiled gently. A look of disbelieving shock rose to Maria's eyes, along with envy for this person who could use the same magic as Beato. And then she said, "Are you Beato?" Erica, you can use magic too? See, it's magic, isn't it? What I did there. Yeah. So in other words, Sumari. Erica smiled pleasantly. She and Maria had finally reached a deep understanding. Of course it isn't. While you had your eyes closed, I just lifted the cup and tossed the candy in. You call that magic? It's just a third-rate trick. Yeah. There's my blue truth as a detective. Now, as a witch of truth, here's my red truth. Your so-called candy magic is nothing more than a sleight of hand. Just a sleight of hand that the fake witch calling herself Beatrice or whatever claimed was magic. I mean, seriously, did you really get fooled by such a stupid parlor trick? Any magic related by your perspective can't be trusted at all. Everything you ever thought was magic was just a trick that you didn't get. There's no way that was magic. There's no way magic exists. Yep, good stream, Joe. You sure showed him. Good job, huh? It might have been sleight of hand when you put the candy in this cup, but that doesn't prove that Beato's magic was also sleight. It's already been said in red. Shut the fuck up, Sakutaro. Uryu! However, you can't prove that only magic could have done it. You rotten stuffed animal. Please, allow me to speak. In red. This is a waste of time. No, this is a meaningless battle. You goddamn scraps of paper. Why'd you have to butt in at the good part? That isn't enough. Lady Maria has been shown that the candy cup magic could possibly be a trick that she misunderstood to be magic. Therefore, her claim that it was magic is dismissed. However, it might really have been magic when Maria saw it. Just because it can be done by sleight of hand doesn't disprove magic. Well done, Lady Erica. Congratulations on crushing Lady Maria's illusion of the witch. Oh. An illusion of the witch occurs when someone tries to force the acknowledgement of magic by claiming that a thing would be impossible without it. It's how witches launch an attack. If someone's able to successfully argue back and show that it would be possible without magic, the illusion of the witch is defeated and the witch must retreat. The magic Maria claimed to have seen could have been a trick, so it was unqualified to be acknowledged as magic. However, that was only the result of this battle. It was still too early to bring the fight into the domain of denying Beatrice, the witch, and the magic that Maria believed in. However, battles always end instantly when your opponent surrenders. Erica had wanted to hit Maria with everything at once, defiling the witch and magic she believed in, and crushing it without a fragment of compassion. Just one more step, and I'd have been able to take a heart as innocent as the smooth sand just after a wave is pulled back, and tear it to bits. Scran? What a shame. This isn't fun anymore. This isn't any fun anymore. Are you satisfied now? Ouch. Ow, 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 ow. Erica grumpily punched Delanor's arm that had been restraining her. However, that cold, hard marble-like arm just made Erica's hand hurt. Diplomatic immunity? This battle is over. Allow me to speak. Diplomatic immunity accepted. The Senate will hear of this. Know that this fight is childish. Did you say something? She did not. Let us withdraw. Lady Maria is no enemy of yours, Lady Erica. There is no need to pay any attention to small fry such as this. Humph. You're right. How childish of me, tearing a kid's dreams apart. That's me looking at the bottom of the box of McDonald's fries. I'm really sorry, okay? I apologize for my momentary lack of elegance. Giggle, giggle. Let's go. Erica and the others turned their backs on Maria, who was still crouching down limply. However, as detectives in famous mysteries have always done in the past, Erica clapped her hands, stopped, and turned around. Oh, that's right. This is the level of reasoning possible by Further Erica. What do you think? What do you think? Simply by the existence of the overturned cup, this level of reasoning was possible for Furuto Erica. What do you think, everyone? Erica's merciless words gouged themselves into Maria's heart once more. Cackle, 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 cackle. Erica left, leaving an evil laugh behind her. After bowing to Maria and Sakataro, Delano left too. Gertrude and Cornelia followed suit. After that, only Maria and Sakataro were left in the lonely golden land. Ryu. Yato is a witch. Ryu! Yato is a witch. It was magic. It was magic. It was magic. Yato used magic to give you candy. You don't need to doubt that. Ryu! Please believe in Beato. You know that magic can't bear fruit unless you believe. Ooh. Wah! Surrounded by an ice-cold drizzle that had started falling at some point, Maria cried quietly. Trying to at least protect her from the rain, Sekataro used his large sleeves to cover Maria's head and stayed there by her side. Okay, let's go, Maria. Let's play cards together in the room upstairs. Erica-san, as an adult, I can't say I was very impressed by that conversation just now. You're so cringe, bro. Holy fuck. My apologies. I'm still just a kid after all. Hick, hick. After seeing that wonderful candy magic brutally insulted by Erica, Maria had been crying nonstop. Sigh. I started noticing it as soon as the after-dinner quiz party. But your personality really is screwed up. Do you think this is fun? Do you like tearing a little kid's dreams apart? Please stop, Battle-sama. Please, for my sake, don't push any further here. Please. She's gonna do me next. Shannon, who had been looking flustered, bowed her head deeply and implored Battler to stop. George, who didn't want Shannon pressured, fell in line. Let's go. Let's spend this year in the cousin room again. We can watch TV and play cards. I've heard that Erica-san has her own room. Shannon, please guide her there. Oh, no need to bother yet. I'll relax down here for a little while longer. I want to savor it a bit. What the hell are you trying to savor? Humph. No, she's gonna put her swimsuit on and go fucking duct taping the windows again. Battler and the others could no longer hide their irritation. They had no obligation to entertain their uninvited guests any further than this. Erica herself understood perfectly well that no place would welcome a detective. Battler and the others wanted to leave, and Erica wanted to stay. Neither had any desire to stop the other. Jessica urged Maria, who was still crying, to come along. Then, Maria stopped and spun around. Got a problem? They do exist here and there. Humans who are practically lumps of the toxin and don't believe in magic. There were lots of boys like you in my class. They don't believe in witches or magic or miracles or happiness. You can't become a witch if you let the toxin of people like that burn you to ashes. I may not look it, but I'm Beatrice's disciple. I'm the apprentice witch of origins. Maria, who had been crying quietly a second ago, seemed to have been transformed into an entirely different person. She laughed, no, cackled eerily. Battler's group stiffened up. I forgot that she could do this, and I really still do not like this. Battler's group stiffened up at the sudden change, but Erica was watching calmly. Then she smiled and gave a small nod in response. Good. You've got some guts. Good night, Miss Maria. Let's fight in a more challenging game next time. Sure, let's. It's a promise. Hee 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 hee. You stopped that too, Maria? Come on, let's go. What about you, Shannon Chang? Come with us if you want to play cards. Come on, join us for at least one round. It'll cheer you up. Then just for a bit. Shannon couldn't remain in this suffocating lounge any longer either. In part apologetic and in part trying to escape, she followed after Battler's group. After that, Erica was the only one left in the lounge. Still wearing a thin smile, she tapped the glass with her finger. There was a light chink, a surprisingly boring sound. Even so, Erica wore a thin smile as though pleased. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just in the bath. Oh, where is everyone? You just missed them. They went up to the second floor. I'm the one who called you here. I've heard that you know a lot about the story of Akujikishima and the tale of the Witch of the Forest. Yes, well, it is a trivial story, but I don't mind in the slightest if it's trivial. Would you like a drink to follow your bath? Even I like to be helpful every now and then. Erica stood up, opened the refrigerator behind the counter, and put ice into the ice pail. What's this all about? Am I done? Is this the end? The Lovers. End of chapter. Also mandatory viewing for this chapter. What's this? Oh, hold on one second.
Are you with me?
Whoa. Okay, that's loud. Okay, is this too loud? Let me know. I'm gonna play it again for a second.
Are you with me?
But you're
Don't
wrong.
argue with me.
But you're wrong.
That's
Okay, is it too loud? It's loud? It's a bit loud? Okay. I know you guys can see it. Give me a second.
Are you with me?
But you're
Don't
wrong.
argue with me.
But you're wrong.
That's why you're the slowest in your class.
That's
bro.
why you don't have a girlfriend.
Oh.
I'm about to end your whole career. You know Santa Claus is a real, right?
What?
Right.
What?
Exactly.
Why would you say that?
No, because she had it coming.
Why would you talk
She
like
had it
that?
coming. No, don't call mom now.
Okay. Wow. Wow. Damn. Damn. All right. Who are we rating? Who's live? Jelly's live on Breakdown. We can rate Jelly. Jelly, can you link me Jelly's name? Because it's changed, I think, twice. No, has it? Only once? There's an L that was an I. That's why I'm getting confused. Okay. Okay, it is Jelly Channel TTV. All right, there you go. Jelly having a field day with all this. You can get Jelly talking about Umineko. Jelly is enjoying it more than I am in terms of the mystery side. I think we're still enjoying it the same when it comes to the overarching story, but like I'm more checked out on the mystery than he is. The murder mysteries. Thank you, Kazek, for the resub. I only watched the first few Umineko streams. Does Joe hate the game yet? I do not hate the game yet. No, not yet. Baldur's Gate tomorrow? Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. Game. It is a game. Do 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 do. Thank you, Kazek, again. Yeah, I'm looking forward to more Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. Although I am feeling really overwhelmed with where we are. I don't know what we're gonna do about that. Oh man. Okay, rate's going through. See you later, everyone. Have a good one. Rating with a party of 1,372. It was almost the gamer number. Almost. Anyway, stick around. See you later. Hope you have a good rest of your night.